Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with another episode of Stock Dads TV. We got another jam-packed episode for you guys today. We're going to have Aaron hopping on here for his morning breakdown. Then we're going to have Zach Austin hopping on after that, giving his morning game plan and trading live with me 9:30 to 11:30. We have a Lucid 150K test account to give away today, so make sure you guys stick around for that. And without further ado, Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Who do we got? Snipe, Chris, Mr. Welf, good morning. Nico, good morning. Lar, Darren, Miss Amanda, how are you? Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good night. Move this a little bit. There we go. All right. Getting into it. So this is our first real, so to speak, trading day of 2026. So remember, Friday was a Friday. It was the day after a holiday. And then yesterday was a Monday. So today at 10 a.m. Eastern, that's when our participation should kick in for the week. So we'll see where we go from there. Good morning, Omar. Good morning, Rick. Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Boca, how are you? All right. All right, everybody. Well, let's get to it. So starting off on news. All right. We do have at 9:45. Just be aware of this, right? At 9:45, I know it's not a red folder, but that will cause a blip. All right. So that's at 9:45. And then this afternoon, Trump is speaking, or President Trump is speaking at 2. So we'll have to watch, obviously, with everything going on. So this afternoon could get a little bit wild. All right. So that's all we got for today. Now, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, we do have some major news events kicking in. So we'll be aware of that. But for today, 9:45, and then 2 p.m., definitely will, potential to move us around. All right. So that's what we got going into the day with news. All right. Good morning, Ivan. Moo to you too. I think you meant to say moo. Mo. How are you? All right. Oh, it's never boring. Oh, did you guys hear? No, this might not be true. Might not be true, but supposedly there's a secret Stranger Things coming out on the 7th. Did anybody hear about this? The actual ending? I might be getting too excited about this, but supposedly, you can look it up. It's on the internet, so it must be true. All right. So just keep an eye out for that. All right. I forget what it was called. It's being called something. I don't know. Supposedly there's all these clues, but I don't know. Again, it was on the internet, so it's got to be true. Morning, Lyle. Bernice, what's up? I believe too. Nate. Good morning, Nate. All right. But yeah, just keep an eye out. If something comes out on the 7th, you heard it here first. Stock Dads TV, you heard it here first. Again, that might just be wishful thinking, but there were a lot of clues. There's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there. And honestly, if you go to Netflix and you look up like final episode or something like that, it's not actually, it still shows up that the finale hasn't been released. I don't know. There's something. But yeah, keep in mind, if it does come out on the 7th, ooh, that's tomorrow. That you heard it here first. Okay. Yes, Edward, it's very good. Burn through the rest of those. Hope you feel better, man. Hope you feel better. Last season worth watching? Yeah, Peter. Are you kidding? Come on. Absolutely, for big dorks like me, man. Yeah. All right. So keep in mind, tomorrow, if the new Stranger Things comes out, you heard it here first. If not, then you can't trust everything on the internet. All right. Happy New Year trip. All right. Yes, there's a lot of plot holes that still need fixed. We talked about that yesterday. All right. But if you do, go on, just do your own due diligence and go on and look at what some of the people are saying and what the Duffer brothers are saying. It's an interesting dynamic. Yes, I've been keeping that a secret. I am going to be in the final episode of Stranger Things. All right. What are we doing here? Hang on, let's switch my screen. All right. So I got a little excited last night when I saw people talking about that. All right. Let's get to it. So again, this is when our participation should kick in, right? Today, Tuesdays at 10 a.m. All right, and we're into 2026 officially. All right, so starting off in the VIX. Now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, this is the leading indicator, the inverse leading indicator for our U.S. indices. All right, so we've been using these last Monday's highs to lows. Remember, we were holding our halfway backs on the week, right? And this is the indice. That's indice rally right there. Indice weakness as we make our next pullback right there, right? And then we find our way down, hit this target. There's our next one right there, right? Well, you'll see we never hit this target, right? So we just leave the draw right where it is. And we squeeze right back up into that. All right, so we'll watch today. Now, if we would break out of these, okay, we're at 65, so we don't need to round up, just add a tick, 70. So if we remember, the VIX moves in 0.05 increments, it moves in nickels. All right, that's a tick is a nickel. So if we break the 70s, that means we trade the 75s, then we're making a larger pullback. All right, now we still have extension shorts, okay, that we've been trading off of. But if this series breaks, we could come halfway back. All right. So we need to be aware of that. Now, this halfway back would be a big old juicy long on the indices. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. We just have to be aware, right? If we do end up trading those 75s, right? Because we could make this squeeze. All right, and that would be an indice pullback. You wouldn't want to stand in front of the indices on their way down if we break these 75s here. All right, because we're going to squeeze right back up. Okay? But that's what we're looking at going into the morning. All right. Now, of course, there's always going to be the opposing move that we'll have to keep an eye on. All right, down here. But the indices are in an uptrend, and the indices are holding longs. The VIX is holding shorts. That's why I don't have this drawn up. Okay? You can draw it up if you want. Watch for a break. That'd be the 17, round down to 15, subtract a tick, 10s. All right, we'd have to break that. But that's why I don't have that drawn up. Eventually, you got to pick a side, right? So as of right now, the VIX is still in shorts. Okay? Indices are still in longs. All right? So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. Still haven't had a ton of volatility yet, but again, we'll see if we change that today. All right, hang on a second. Is there an echo? He's Henry's dad. Yeah, that's me, Nate. I'm Henry's dad. Conformity gate. Thanks, Bunny Money. Yes, conformity gate. That's what it was. No echo. Yes, Barack. I've got a whole cool little list. And I don't know if let me see if I can do something real quick, guys. Let me see if I can do this without screwing anything up. Hang on, I know I disabled the camera. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can drop this in here. I don't think I can. I've got this little list. I'm dangling it over the chat right now, but it doesn't let me drop it in there.
Aaron, can you message it to me?
Yes, I was just going to ask that. Hang on. Let me send this to you on. Callan made this for me. It was really nice. We put all this together.
All right, cool.
There we go. Hang on. Let me get you back here. There we go. All right. We're here. Did you get it, Tyler?
Yeah, I got it. I'll get it added to the screen here in a minute.
All right, cool. Let me get this back. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, we're back. There we go. Yeah, so all the stuff that I talk about, yeah, there's like little charges. Now you've got to have the normal, whatever it is, upgraded trading view, like the normal paid version or whatever. And then these little add-ons are like $3 here, like $7 here, stuff like that. Okay. All right. So there we go. Tommy B, what's up? Good morning. All right. Okay. Lieutenant Gangle. Nice. Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Aaron, you should see they should see your trading view guide on the screen now.
Oh. Yes. There we go. You guys see that? You want to give that a second? Take a screenshot or something if you guys want to. Thank you, Tyler, for doing that.
No problem.
Yeah, you can't drop it. You can't drop it in the chat.
Yeah, they limit stuff here. So you can keep going. I moved it so it's like above your head, but they can still see the chart. So I'll leave it up for a couple minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys. Any questions? Any questions on the VIX where we are? Any questions on the VIX where we are? Right now, remember the VIX is technical down to the tick, right? So if try that too. If those 1675 don't trade, then it's still in that short. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thanks, Trip. Yeah, I finally sent that in to Callan, and he made it all pretty for us. All right. Okay, everybody good? All right, yeah, and all that's on my pinned messages too. Thanks, Nate. And if anybody's new and you haven't gone to my pinned messages on my futures channel, please do that, because there is a ton of good information that I've collected over the years that is very beneficial. I don't say that because I put it on there. I mean, I didn't invent it. I've just collected it, but there's some really good info that can help out. And there's some neat articles too if you're into the wealth creation stuff, like I am, more than just your intraday trading. There's some really good articles in there too. There's a really good article, if you haven't read The Dragon Portfolio, The Allegory of the Hawk and the Serpent by Chris Cole. It's a big read, don't get me wrong, but that's on there too. And that would really open your eyes to, how our markets are in today's day and age. Obviously with your parents and grandparents and everybody, it was just always the 60-40 portfolio, right? 60% stocks, 40% bonds. So that's dead. That died in 22, you could call it. So this is that Dragon Portfolio is a really good read if you're into, really building wealth type stuff. Okay. All right. So, take profit opposing long draw is a break of the short draw on the VIX. Take profit on opposing long draw is a break of the short draw. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like this draw, if we do make this pullback and it holds, yeah, that profit target's going to break that short. Good eye, Ty. Yeah, absolutely it will. Yep. And then we're off to the races, more than likely up into that resistance level. Again, that'd be a juicy long, right? The thing we have to watch out for on the VIX, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, right? Because nothing's broken. We don't need a crystal ball here, right? And try to assume what's going to happen. But we just do need to be aware that we are down at these lows, right? So there'd be nothing surprising, right? We got to dip into this low. There'd be nothing surprising about these breaking and making a pullback. That'd be normal market behavior, right? But again, we don't have to guess. That's the beauty of what we do. We don't have to guess, right? So right now, all we know is we're in shorts on the VIX, and the indices are in longs, right? Who are we to say when that's going to stop, right? Was it going to stop up here, 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 here? We don't know, right? So that's how we have to look at it. You just trade. You hear me say that all the time, right? Trade the trend until the trend fails, right? We don't know when the trend's going to fail. Eventually it will. But if you're right 9 out of 10 times or 14 times out of 15, nobody's going to argue with that. Okay. All right. So that's where we are. Okay. Nothing crazy. Just 1705s to this low at 16. 1705s to 16. I'm going to get rid of this so it doesn't mess up our draws. Okay. LA Hayes, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, good eye, Ty. Very good, man. Somebody's been paying attention for all this time. Very cool, brother. All right. So that's where we are. Nothing's changed. Isn't that crazy? Nothing has changed. All right. So we'll see now, once we get our participation, if we start to fall out of this. Right. For those that have just joined me, like in the past, even mid-December, this is slow. Okay, it's the time of the year, right? This is slow. Okay, this is not. All right, see this over here? Oh, you probably can't see that. See this? That's a normal VIX behavior. Okay, this has been slow. It's December. It was December, right? It was the holidays. So we really haven't gone anywhere. Okay, really haven't gone anywhere. Okay. All right, moving on. Now, our financials. Okay. Bank, remember, these are the financials in our markets. This is just an index, right? This isn't traded. When this is rising, okay, it puts a tailwind behind the indices. It doesn't move tick for tick, puts a tailwind behind the indices. It creates a positive environment for the indices to go up. When bank is falling, that's a negative environment. That doesn't mean they're going to go down. It means that it's very hard for them to get any sort of rally going, and it's easier for them to fall. Okay, so we want to be on the right side of the environment, right? Well, we had, remember, and this is just an index. This isn't traded, so these draws on here are just a guide, right? We do have this extension long, okay? Now, before I say that, the big thing that happened is bank was in these short setups, right? There were short setups all the way down. Those short setups broke, okay? So we've got this extension long right here that is drawn from this high on the 2nd, okay? Now you could make the case, again, it's just an index. You could make the case that this target was hit, right? See how we came right off that target? So we could draw same anchor new high. All right, but now that we broke shorts, remember, it wouldn't be surprising at all if we make our first full pullback down here. All right, so we'll just watch where do we open, what direction we get moving, and that's all that we're really concerned about. All right, is what direction are we, what trend are we in, which now we're in an uptrend, and where we're moving intraday. All right. So bank broke trend, it broke shorts. All right. So as long as it continues to rally, all right, you can see how powerful the trend is on our financials. Right. When they're trending higher, that is a big tailwind for the indices, especially the YM and the Russells. Right. So remember back here, this was on November 18th. Right. This is where we got long the Russells, or at least I got long the Russells. Okay. We were in these shorts and these shorts broke. And when those shorts broke and we changed trend, that lifted off the Russells. The Russell had a really nice run. Okay. Then we have our pullback, right? We broke trend again. So if we continue this uptrend, the YM and the Russells are going to have a really nice tailwind. Okay. It's just the YM and the Russells respond faster. They're more sensitive, immediately sensitive. I'm still looking for the right analogy to use. That they respond quicker. No, I don't know. You guys that are smarter than me, find a word. You guys have been with me for a while, know what I'm trying to say. They're more sensitive. They respond more intensely. That's not the right word either. You understand what I'm getting at. Okay. Yes, they're sensitive. Kind of like you, Ed. They're very sensitive. Yeah. So, what's the analogs, VIX contract on TradingView? Fast followers? Yes, they could be fast followers. That's good. You're probably looking for VX1 exclamation point, Barat. I think that's what you're asking about. The ticker? Yeah, I think it's VX1 exclamation point. So, wow. So anyway, we're in longs now. We broke short for in longs. So as long as bank continues to rise, the indices are going to continue to have that tailwind, right? Continue to have that tailwind. Okay, now Barat, more responsive. Thank you, Mary Rose. I keep trying to call you Miss McGill because I see your name. Barat, when you do that on TradingView, you're going to see a whole bunch of them normally. And I'm not going into that right now, but we will be using different ones at certain points in time. Ivan, don't start. But right now, it's just VX1 exclamation point, I believe. Okay. All right. So there we go. So we got our financials and longs. Okay. So getting to the ES. All right. Remember where we are here. All right. We're going up. All right. In these big extension longs. We've got these massive targets up at 71.40. Okay, and we're just going up in a series of measured moves on the way up. All right. So follow us up here. All right. From our support, that draws from November 21st to our highs on December 15th. Why didn't we get down here? Because the VIX ran into resistance first. All right. That has a target up at 70.28. Right there. Inside of that, here's our next pullback. Right there. That's the one we came ripping out of, right, on Friday. First day of 2026. Another target above us. So now we've got 3. All right, let me zoom in even more. So there's that pullback right there. All right, coming off of these lows. All right, now there's nothing saying we have to make this full pullback, right? Because of the VIX. If the VIX holds these shorts and rolls over, then the indices are just going to lift off, right? There's a divergence right now with all that low liquidity and low participation during the holidays. There's a big divergence between the VIX and the ES right now. All right. So the VIX is at last week's highs, Friday's highs. All right. Here are Friday's lows on the ES. Okay. See one of these is not like the other deal here. All right. So there's a big divergence right there. But if the VIX falls away from that short it's in, then we're just going to lift off. Okay, we don't have to make this pullback. All right, but this pullback, we'll have to watch this 38.2% line here. Right there. This pullback leads us into another target. All right, so you can see we're just stacking targets above us now. All right, but that would be our next possible entry into this trend. Okay. All the way up to, what is it, those 71.40s. God, I can't you imagine saying that. 71.40. Remember we were saying this is a couple years ago, we were talking about, God, I'm saying 5,000 on the ES. That's crazy. So never say it can't go higher, can't go lower. All right. So gap fill. All right. We are at, there we go. 69.46.25. All right. 69.46.25. You can see here's 10 points below, here's 10 points above. Now, unless something dramatic happens, we're more than likely going to open within 10 points. Okay. From this low on Monday, which low on Monday? 8:15. Right there. Yeah, that could absolutely be there. There could also be, and you'll see this. No, I don't like that one. You see this on the YM and the Russells. There's this little pullback right here. Okay, coming out of those lows. Right, there's that little pullback, and we did indeed blow through that target. There's an extension here. Okay, I just don't have it drawn up because the VIX doesn't have it. Bada boom, bada bing, right there. Okay, so there is that long right there. There absolutely is. Okay, and that's real close. There's your 8:15 lows to highs. So, I mean, that's real close to what you were looking at right there. But that's where it's coming from, right? Because if you look, right, there was our, I mean, if we're being real technical about it, like we're supposed to be, there's our first pullback coming off the lows right there. All right, there's our target, completely blew through the target. So yes, there is this extension long. Okay, it's just the VIX doesn't have anything like this. This is kind of the pickle when there's such a divergence, right? They're not really lining up. The direction's still the same, right? But they're just, the draws aren't exactly lining up. But there's your extension long, okay? And then here's the pullback, all right? So that's what it looks like right there, okay? So you can absolutely draw that up if you want to, right? You can draw that up. Draw that up if you want to. Absolutely. That's there, and you'll see it on the YM and the Russells a little bit more clear. All right. So the gap fill 46.25. Now here's 10 points above. Here's 10 points below. Unless something dramatic happens, more than likely we're going to open within 10 points. But we want to see that rubber band stretch away. See, there was already an entry at 10, and if you had your stop at 20, you're good to go, and you fill the gap. So we'll see if we get this rubber band to stretch far enough away, either to the downside or the upside, right, to get another entry into the fill. All right. But since we broke these shorts, I guess I didn't point this out, from highs. All right, right here. Since we broke this short, right there. All right. Then that would be our next pullback right here. Okay. So we confirmed our targets above us by breaking out of that short setup. All right. So we'll see if we can't jump into this trend and see if it'll give us an entry. All right. So there we go. We're just hovering around the gap fill right now. Hopefully we'll stretch that rubber band far enough away. We were talking about that last week, or Tamika, or whenever it was. That dumb when it does that. And just when it gets here and then it just hangs out there all day or all morning. Okay. Questions on the fill before we move on, because everything kind of falls into line. Everybody good? Good. Yep. Okay. All right. So moving on to the NASDAQ. Same thing. Okay. There's those last Friday lows to highs. See, the NASDAQ got down in here and traded this 38.2. Right. Traded it right there. But that's what we're watching. We'll just let it's the same support level. We'll let the ES gap fill in the VIX be our guide, right? If the ES falls away from the fill, right, before the open, then you're going to see the NASDAQ do that too. And then as we trade back into the fill, continuation of the trend, okay, to the upside. All right. So there's the NASDAQ. It's really no man's land, not a whole lot to do right here at this moment. But we'll see if we get this pullback, and we'll see more than anything what if we get a stretch away from our fill and we can snap back into it. All right. So there's the NASDAQ, same draw, same support levels. Remember, we're just getting the week started here, guys. So, you know, there's plenty of targets way up there on the NASDAQ as well. All right. So we'll see if we get an entry in here. All right, now the YM and the Russells look a little different. Okay, the YM came screaming off its next long, right? Mostly because of bank, right? It's most sensitive to bank. We had that discussion earlier. Most sensitive to bank. But we've still got targets above us we haven't hit. All right, at these 49,574s of this long setup. That long is from the second, December 2nd to December 15th, pull back, no target, pull back, and then rip. All we needed was bank to change trend, right? All we needed was bank to change trend, and there we go. So here's those extension longs. We had these really shallow pullbacks right here, right? Actually, it was right there. And then we've got a long, our extension long. This was the same draw that the ES had, but the ES didn't, or the ES was made a little deeper pullback. All right, so that's from that high on the second, same draw, and there you go. And there's your long extension on the YM. All right, and then of course we've got our halfway back. All right, down here. You can see the YM defending this, right? So we'll watch bank when we open, see what direction bank gets moving, right? And that'll give a headwind or tailwind here to the YM. Okay, but it's in extension longs now. Isn't that crazy? Now we still obviously have to get through our shorts from highs, just like always. All right, we got to get through that. Okay, so there we go. Now onto the Russells. Russells lifted off as well because of the bank. I got to zoom out here. There we go, so you guys can see this. All right, there's this extension long on the Russells on the larger time frame. All right, that we've been using. And it's from this high. We had this little pullback, and then we blew through a target. This little high, this was on November 23rd. Okay, highs to highs. We traded it right there, no target. Came back down here to support and completely ripped out of this thing. So if we're going to continue up on the Russells, all right, there's that extension long. Okay, had our pullbacks right here. These were the shallow pullbacks right there, and then blew through that target. All right, so highs to highs. There we go. All right, and then of course we've got our halfway back. All right, so there's the Russell. So again, we'll watch bank. Obviously, we need to get through the shorts above us. But we'll watch bank when we open here. See what direction we get moving. But you can see the YM and the Russells are holding that long. They're absolutely defending that long right now. That doesn't mean they can't break and fall back down here. But as of right now, they're defending that long. Okay, you could almost right here see this little series leading us down. If you want something to break, all right. If you want something to break, there's number one, right there. Target, bouncing off the target. Here's number two. And not broken yet. All right, so you can watch if you're looking for something to break, right? You'd want to see more. Hopefully, if this would fall back down into these lows, then you could draw from this high to low, let that break, and then you're changing trend. All right. So that's what you're looking like on the Russells. Okay. What do we got? VIX Bank indices. Any questions? VIX still defending that short. Still defending that short. All right. Anybody? VIX banked indices. Everybody good? Okay. Moving on now, development here on Bitcoin. Okay, spot broke this too. Okay. Our larger, this was our high, right? This was put in on, well, obviously October 6th. And that's our halfway back from highs up here. Okay. Right there. All right. And we've been holding this extension short from October 17th to lows. Remember, holding, came down, sideways, holding. We pierced it. Okay, we pierced it right here. Let me get rid of this. Right? Get rid of this one too. There you go. See how we pierced it? Right there. Okay, we pierced it on spot as well. So we're coming, more than likely, we're coming halfway back. That would be a big juicy short right there. Big juicy add. Okay, now we've got to keep in mind that 100,000 level. It is, it is a psychological level, right? That 100,000 right in here. So here's what's leading us up. All right, we had these pullbacks off the lows. Remember, these were, get over there. These were the ones that were holding and leading us higher. Right there. Right. Now those blew through their target. And that's what broke the short. So highs to highs. We've already traded this extension. We did this yesterday. We traded this extension to a target. Right there. Target. Profit taking. Coming off the target. Same anchor, new high. All right, and that's, as of right now, we haven't traded it. And you can see the short is still holding here. All right, so this short is leading us down into this support level. All right, so if these support levels hold, right, then that's going to lift us back and keep that going. Now, if those break, we've got a major level here that we really haven't, I wouldn't say traded yet, but haven't really had to pay much attention to. And that's our halfway back on the year. All right. And that's from, or that's not our halfway back in the year. Where's our halfway back in the year? There's our halfway back in the year. Right there. Okay. So that's from the first, all right, to our highs. That's down here. So if this extension breaks, let me get rid of that. If this extension would break, we've got this halfway back on the year below us. All right. Now, if those start breaking, it was just sloppy. We just had a dip into highs, and we could fall right back down. All right. But as of right now, we are holding longs. We haven't said that in a while. Bitcoin is actually holding long setups right now. Okay. So that's where we're sitting. All right. That's where we're sitting on Bitcoin. But it did break that short. Absolutely, it did. On futures and on spot. All right. Okay, so that's where Bitcoin's sitting there. We'll watch for this pullback right here, right? And if that holds, we can lift off all the way up into these larger targets. All right, and remember, we've got that resistance, well, good ways away. We'll have to watch that 100,000 mark up here. Okay. All right, so there's Bitcoin. All right, crude oil, getting a little wild here. All right. We're coming right back into resistance. All right, and that crude oil resistance is drawn from October 24th to our lows. We're coming right back up into that. All right, so we'll see if there is any sort of break once we get up here. Go down here, but we are right there. All right, we are right there. So we could actually watch this early morning here, lows to highs, and that could be our first clue that this resistance is going to hold and lead us back down to the bottom of the range. But if we keep going up, right, we're going to get through. I mean, there's always the halfway back, all that fun stuff. But and that target's up here. If we keep going through, we could get through these shorts, and there's a long way. Right there is a long way up to resistance. Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Now, if we roll over and break, there's a long way down as well. All right, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Now, gold and silver, big developments on gold and silver overnight. Okay, gold's in this long from October 28th to our highs on December 28th. Okay, there was our pullback. We broke the short. Okay, so we have now confirmed, see this short from highs? We pierced it right there. So now we've confirmed that we traded support. We can trade support, say the rhyme, right? Trade support, break the short, drop the long. So we can see if we can get pullback to buy in to into this trend. Plenty of targets above us. Okay, so gold traded support, broke the short. Right? Bullish, bullish, bullish. Okay, so there's gold. Silver did the same thing. So we're looking for these pullbacks on gold. Silver did the same thing. All right, this was the first pullback we had on silver since October 28th. That was the last pullback we had on silver right there. All right, and now we got another one right there. Now that pullback is from October 16th to our highs, and we broke the short. Okay, we traded, and now we've broken that short setup. Okay, so we can draw out these longs, right? See if we can get this pullback to enter the trend. We kind of got it right there and drop to highs. Okay, so just like that, our precious metals are back in longs. Right, just like that, our precious metals are back in longs. Okay, not that they weren't in longs before, but they just we're having pullbacks. Right, we're just having pullbacks. Okay, so we'll see if we can jump into or add or however you're managing your precious metals trades on these pullbacks right here on gold and silver both. Okay. All right, moving on to the dollar. Now the dollar's playing a major role here, right? Dollar's been playing a major role. So here's DXY. Now this isn't the dollar; it's a bunch of different currencies. It's just an index. So this long from the 23rd, December 23rd, to our highs on January 5th, that broke. Okay, but the euro didn't. All right, and remember, over 50% of DXY is made up of the euro. So the DXY can lie. All right, it can fake you out. So this lifting off is dollar strength, but you'll see, right, that there's a short above us, and it got matumboed right there as soon as it touched it. Okay, as soon as it touched it, bam. All right, so we're kind of pinned here between a long and a short. All right, if this continues to fall this week, dollar weakness, bullish for the precious metals, bullish for the indices. Okay, if we do lift off, right, that will put a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. Doesn't mean they're going to go down, just means it makes it tough sledding for them to go higher. Okay. Now, when we get to the actual currencies themselves, if you look at the dollar yen, this is interesting. So the dollar yen is in this big long, right? We've been in this massive long extension for a while, all right? From our highs July 31st to our highs on November 20th. That's our pullbacks, right? There's our extension long that we've been just going sideways in here forever. We've started to hold coming out of these highs. We've started to hold little pullbacks. Now, is this going to continue? I don't know. We're going into a big wedge here. So we have higher lows, lower highs. It's getting tighter and tighter, but this is what we can watch. Coming out of these highs, right? This was Sunday night. It was a European, call it the European Open. To lows, there's that pullback. See that holding? Right? So we can continue to watch these and see if we can get this trend to continue down. This is all dollar weakness now. Right? This is all dollar weakness now. So again, this is choppy and nasty inside of this, but are we getting this to start? We'll see. We don't know. There's no way to tell. Right? But there's a long way down, long way back down to support. That's a lot of dollar weakness. All right, so we can continue to watch this little trend here. All right, I'm definitely watching it. Okay, now to the euro. So the euro is kind of pinned. It's in this much larger long, but here's what we're looking at. Coming off of our high, this is a big deal, guys, right here. this, whichever way we go here, is going to affect us. All right, from the high on the 23rd to our lows down here on the 5th, that's the short above us. Okay, that's what's holding us down. All right, that's dollar strength as we're falling. Remember we were talking about this yesterday? We could draw this up and watch it. Right there. Okay, not that we would want to trade it, blindly trust it, because we traded the short first. But this long is holding. So there's the little battle over the trend on the euro. All right, so if we lift off, game on, right? Bring it on. Dollar weakness, precious metals, big tailwind, indices, big tailwind, right? We roll over, right? And start breaking these and falling. That's dollar strength. Okay, that's dollar strength. All right, so we'll see. This is really interesting, right? We don't want to get involved in the middle here, but we'll see. But that dollar weakness trade could be a really big deal, guys, if that transpires. And you've heard me say that before, and seen what happens to our indices and precious metals when we do get that dollar weakness. All right, so we'll see. Now, if you look at the pound, it's making that pullback, right? So the pound's still got a little bit of room. All right, let's see if we almost made it to this 38.2. You can eyeball that, right? I almost made it right there. So here's the long on the pound from the 31st, December 31st, to this morning. That's the European Open right there. There's that pullback, right? So if we lift off, if the euro and the pound, the euro lifts off, pound lifts off, we're in dollar weakness trades. That is awesome. Okay, if we roll back over, dollar strength, right? So the dollar is going to play a big role. And remember, we've got the big three, right, that we follow: VIX, Bank, and the dollar. Okay, and right now the VIX is in shorts, bullish for the indices. Bank is in long, bullish for the indices. Dollar stuck. So see how we have that kind of sticking point right there of the big three to get like a really sustained move. We just need the dollar. All right. Okay, so what do we got? VIX going nowhere, still defending those highs. We pulling away from this gap fill? Yeah, we are kind of falling away from the fill. Nice. Okay, so we'll see. Now that we're falling away from the fill, right, we can watch these 10 and 20 points away. All right, so let's do this real quick. All right, there's our 10 points at 69.36.25. 20 points is down here at 26.25. All right, let's see if I can nail it. 26, no. All right, 26.25. I kind of rushed that one, Kamika, because I was running out of time. All right, I try to drop those right on. It's happened twice in like 4 years. It's like Karate Kid catching the fly with the chopsticks. All right. Okay, so we'll see if we can get this thing to stretch, right? Ow. Ow. We'll see if we can get this thing to stretch, right, away from the fill to give us at least that 10-point entry. Okay, at least that 10-point entry. All right, it's like, come on, baby. Come on down. Come on down. Right? Okay. And then remember, too, I mean, we can make this pullback, right? This pullback here would not be anything out of normal, right? But this pullback here, you'd see the VIX, right? More than likely, not doing that, more than likely making this squeeze into these larger resistance levels above us. Let me put that up there again. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Not that big, just big. All right, so if we do see the indices making that pullback, okay, what's going to be happening is the VIX will have broken this and is making this pullback. And just remember on the indices, okay, this line here means not a whole lot, okay? I mean, it does, but what's more important is if the indices start falling into that pullback, you've got to wait until the VIX finds resistance and rolls over, because the indices will continue to fall until that happens. Okay, so just be aware of that. Once this starts, if this does start to squeeze, don't try to pick a bottom on the indices. You just got to wait. Like Eddie's dog, right? If he gets a hold of you, best to just let him finish. Little Mississippi leghound in him. All right. So if we do break and we start to squeeze, just sit tight and wait for the VIX to find resistance, and that will be your swing low on the indices. Okay? All right. Would I only take the trade from 10 points? Usually, because the risk reward is crappy. Because I front run the profit target, or I front run the fill by 5 ticks, right? Because we start seeing a reaction at 4 ticks, and then it's officially filled at 2 ticks. So I usually front run my target by 5 ticks just to make sure I get a fill, right? So the risk reward is kind of crappy unless I get at least down in here to these 8 and 9 point levels. I don't usually take these because there's just my risk reward is just really not good at all, right? I've got to use way too big of a stop, right? With the volatility at the open, I've got to use way too big of a stop to get like 3 points. So, like I said, I want at least these 8 or 9 to make it worthwhile, right? Because if you're looking at gap fill trades as part of your trading plan, you have to make the math make sense, right? Because I try to take a gap fill trade every single day. So I know I'm not going to win all of them. So I've got to make the math work, right? I can't have my losers wiping out all my winners, right? All right. If I take a 10 point away, I put my stop at 10 points away because 20 points is a buying level, right? Yep. If I get in at 20 points away, I have my stop at 30. And then the math works out in my favor. Yep. All right. I do a whole class on that. All right. A whole, more than one class on that. All right. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Ooh, we got to get rolling. All right, guys. We got news at 9:45. Not huge news, but a little blip at 9:45. And then you have President Trump speaking at 2. So I'm really kind of excited to hear what the heck is going on. All right. Okay, everybody. Tyler, you got us? Tyler.
Oh,
thanks for
sorry. Yeah, I had my mic muted, but yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. Remember, guys, tomorrow, if Conformity Gate comes out, you heard it on Stock Dads TV. All right.
There you go.
All right. Thanks, everybody. All right. Talk to you. Thanks, Tyler.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. Guys, we're going to step away real quick. We're just going to get Zach set up. He's backstage right now, so we're just going to get his cam and charts set up, and then we'll have him hop on and start giving us his morning game plan. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Let me get my mic on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Sir Zach Austin Trades. What's up, man? How are you?
What's going on? What's going on?
Not much, man. Not much. I know we were just briefly talking before we came on, but I hope you had a good holidays, Christmas, New Year's, all that fun jazz.
Oh yeah, you too. You too.
And I know you can get in your morning game plan because we start here. I know you have the Futures and Prop Firm Bootcamp coming up, so we can get into that a little bit once things slow down a bit. But if you want to go ahead and start letting us know what you're looking at this morning, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got a couple names on watch, couple names I'm already swinging. This one right here is probably the one that I'm watching more so for new entry today. Nebius. This one was a hot stock last year, had a couple big gap ups from some nice news that I got, some Microsoft partnerships, a couple of those things. And they spent the last couple months just kind of basing in this area. And now the daily's looking to flip back to the upside here. And the daily is actually looking for a gap over red. So we do have a small level here around 95.8, which is not as big of a deal for me as the daily flipping back to the upside. So if this daily could flip back to the upside here and or gap above 95.8s, either or all of them work for me. We can look to long up towards 100. And then above 100 can target 108 and 115. But, if we can capture a move from like 96 to 100, that's a great move. And then anything else is gravy for runners, right? So that's definitely a setup that I'm looking at. Next up here is in PL. PL, this was a really strong name to end last year. We caught a nice post-earnings trade in it after the earnings here in December. And it just kind of filled out the post-earnings gap, spent the last couple weeks of 2025 consolidating, and we're starting 2026 out hot, making new all-time highs now. And what I liked about it too is it came down and retested with that failure to go lower. So now for me, this has the juice, this has the daily 8 EMA test to push higher if we want. So all I'm looking for is some type of micro dip back above the previous day high for longs, targeting $25 on the swing, which would be a roughly like 2 ADR moves. So basically 2 good days stacked up on top of each other would get us that $25 target. And then the last one that I'm watching for today as far as a new entry is Rivian. Unfortunately last year, I got shaken out of Rivian before this gigantic move. And I said now at this point, we can't long looking for a pullback. We pull back to the daily 20 EMA. We've gotten some nice consolidation. Daily inside bar looking for a daily 1, 2, 3. I'd be waiting for this hourly to flip back to the upside, which likely happens above 19.9 anyway, which would then try to trigger that daily 1, 2, 3. Then we could target this 20.9 area and then back towards these previous highs. So I really do like that as far as a potential swing. It could spend more time consolidating. But the key thing here, which is why I think Rivian is going to be one of my bigger winners, winning ideas, I should say, for 2026. As long as we don't fully reverse and close the month underneath like $15, this will flip the monthly chart to the upside, and this will be the first monthly flip to the upside in its existence because it basically IPO'd, spiked, came down, and spent its entire existence underneath the IPO.
Oh, wow.
And in particular, basically like a 4-year base in this relatively tight range. So obviously the technicals need to line up with the fundamentals, but as long as the company doesn't completely crap the bed here, the technicals are looking prime for a run the next couple quarters here. And I think kind of first swing target would be up here towards like $30 to $35. So, smaller time frame, just kind of explain the idea of a bigger time frame, bigger picture, kind of explain why I think there's a lot of potential here for Rivian. And then a couple trades that I'm currently in. We took a trade yesterday in Symbotic, and we took entry. We took entry right here, right around 67.4, somewhere in this area. We did get a nice push all the way up to almost about $70. Took about a 30% trim, holding about half my position still here. And I have a trail stop in place for the remaining at break even. And I'm going to allow it the opportunity to push higher. But if it trails back to even, I'll look for a potential re-entry there. But the targets are big in here still. 70.8 is the first big one. And then realistically, it's got room up towards 80 plus. There's really nothing stopping it. Then I do have a little bit of Rocket Lab. And this is something I'm not opposed to adding into. This is a good looking chart, kind of similar looking to that PL. We've basically back testing this previous all-time high area made from last October, held with failure to go lower. If we break $80, it should be off to the races, right? And then I'm holding some Alibaba, which is dated, so I don't have to worry as much about that. And then actually two trades. Well, Ulta is a trade that I held for a while that I closed yesterday. This one definitely tested my patience. I had the next week 640 calls, and we held through this consolidation, and then we did get that range expansion the last 2 days. So those contracts went from around $300 to $1,000 a piece.
Oh,
Really
nice.
big
This
winner.
is this is one you just made a reel on, right?
Yeah, so I've been talking about Ulta honestly for weeks and months.
Yeah, I've
I've,
definitely
I've
heard
talked
it.
about
I've
my
definitely heard you talk about this name before. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this was, the bigger winner here that I've had the last couple of days to start 2026. And I'm actually even more happy because this is the one trade that I decided to hold through 2026 from 2025
Okay.
and ended up being a banger here. And then the other trade that I ended up closing, but then re-entered on Friday was in Ondas, another name I've been talking about for a while. I took re-entry at uh, around $10 on Friday. So I almost got the low of the day on Friday, and then it ran over 25%. And then I took a bunch of different strikes. All of them paid really nicely there too. Um,
Nice.
so that's been the start so far of the year. It's been pretty solid. And just going to talk quickly here about the futures.
And speaking of futures, in the chat, I just put the link. It's also in the video description. I just put the link for Zach's free futures and prop firm bootcamp, which he's going to be doing January 12th through the 14th, 8:30 p.m., right?
Yep.
And so I'm going to pin that message in the chat, but you guys can click the link and register for that, completely free to attend. And Zach, I believe I read you took out about 200K in payouts from prop firms last year trading futures.
Yep. Yeah. 215,000 for last year.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations on that. Oh, baby, we just got a 20 banger. Let's go. But yeah, congrats on that, man. That's awesome. I actually just stated yesterday I set a goal of trying to get to 100K this year. So
Oh yeah.
we'll see. We're gonna be tracking it on stream. So I will personally be attending the webinar, seeing what I can
Yeah.
pick up and learn
Yeah.
from. So make sure you guys register for that. And but yeah, go ahead, Zach. You can talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's going to be, for beginners, experts, any level, really, there's going to be tons of value for everybody. I'm framing it so if you know nothing, you can still, gain value from it, and kind of figure out like the proper path to take because, especially now, futures is it's very lucrative, but it's also very, very saturated. So it's very easy to kind of get tripped up and kind of get on the wrong path when you first start. And, I actually talked about it a bit, but obviously very grateful, very blessed. I made, a good chunk last year from futures withdrawals, but I also messed up a lot along the way. And I look back and I'm like, wow, if I didn't, if this didn't happen, I didn't do this, where could the year would have been? I even just look back to my April, right, with the whole funded futures family fiasco where, if I just gotten that 15K payout, that's another 15K, but then also
Yeah.
less expenses, that less time, more trades that I could have taken elsewhere. I went on tilt for literally like 45 days. If that didn't happen, so all of these things kind of just, kind of piggyback on top of each other. And, the opportunity right now trading futures is just immense. And I think you're going to crush your 100K goal.
Let's
And I
go.
think a lot of people watching will crush their goals as well. But hopping back into the futures for today, we had a decent day yesterday, a bit wide range, and now we're smack in the middle of the yesterday range for ES. And so for me, I'm not really interested in trading ES unless we break the previous range high. And same deal with the NQ, right? NQ even more so because it's daily inside bar plus the trend's kind of in a weird trend shifting area. And so one thing that's very interesting, guys, is that for those that know my EMA strategy, you know that when you get a bunch of EMA flips, to me that signifies chop. And typically one of my rules is if we get more than 3, so 4 plus 5-minute EMA flips in one day, I'm done trading, because to me that signifies that there's too much chop. There's no trend that's identified, and there's just no point to trade based on my rules and criteria. This is the first time in recent memory that I can remember within like a 1 month period us getting 4 daily flips. And that just kind of goes to show you that we've really just been range bound for a couple months, really for almost a full quarter, just complete range, right? And the market doesn't know what it wants to do. But what we can tell is that when we have range, when we have chop, it leads to a big move, regardless of what direction that, that is. I don't know. I'm hoping to the upside, obviously, but I can't remember in recent memory us having, if you even go back to here, about 2 months ago, we have 5 daily flips, which to me really, really signifies the market doesn't know what it's doing. So just kind of keeping that in mind as well. We're at, again, a trend shifting area within a trend shifting area on the smaller time frames and the higher time frames. So overall, ESNQ a bit sloppy. The Dow was the trade that I was watching yesterday, and I even mentioned it on voice chat that we could be aggressive at the open, but I was just going to pass. And sure enough, being aggressive at the open on the Dow was the move.
Oh yeah, she ripped.
Crazy,
Crazy move, yeah.
Yeah. I even said I threw on the 2 minute. I was going to wait for a 2 minute pullback, but there wasn't even a 1 minute pullback. It was pretty much just straight up.
Yeah.
Russell, pretty much same thing, but the Dow a little bit stronger. So I said the Dow and the Russell both I'm interested in if we break above previous day highs, but that's also pretty far away, and I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of pause today for the Dow and for the Russell. Maybe allow the NQES to catch up a little bit. And I've been very, very much occupied with silver and gold the last couple months. I had my biggest month ever trading futures with withdrawals in December, and I think that's largely because of silver and gold, in particular silver. I think the volatility in silver right now is potentially once in a lifetime. If we look at the charts, so far it's been a once in a lifetime, chart. Again, we don't know what'll happen in the futures, but I'm taking advantage of the volatility while it lasts. You can literally make hundreds of dollars with 1 micro in minutes. So, again, obviously you can have more if you want more risk, but the opportunity is there. And so pretty much all my energy has been on silver and gold. I'm not even necessarily even using levels right now. I'm just using price action, and I'm using EMAs to guide my trades and decisions. And because there's so much volatility, there's no reason to rush these trades. You capture 1 or 2 good 5-minute bars, right? And you're good for the day. So, we'll see what arises there. But we got about 3-4 minutes here, and
nice.
Good going.
Nice, man. I don't know if you saw. I put it. It was in one of the reels we posted, but Aaron was talking the one day how an ounce of silver is now more than a barrel of oil. And how crazy he thought that was, which it is crazy. Obviously, the price of silver skyrocketing. My grandfather had a coin collection, and it was just sitting in his bedroom. He passed away a few years ago, and so my mom took the coins to like a coin guy, and they were pure silver, just quarters. It was like $6,000 in quarters, just because of the value of the silver, which is crazy. I don't even think it was like that many quarters, but.
Yeah, it's
Crazy,
like I said,
the value
and
of these
again,
precious metals.
yeah, and I haven't been trading forever, but I can look at a chart, and we've never seen this type of range expansion ever in silver, right? And the most interesting part, and what I actually talk about, is how I say that a lot of people don't do well with prop firms because they just like over leverage. Because if you think about it, a lot of them still have the same parameters from 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago when ES was a fraction of what it was. But unless something drastically changes, ES will continue to be $50 a point until wherever, right? And so if ES one day gets to 12,000, we're going to have expanded range, and then that point will be worth more, similar to NQ. And you can see that now with GC and with silver, right? If we're getting a day where GC is 100 wide, that would be like unheard of, months and years ago. And so days where silver is moving a couple bucks in the day, if you have one in, that's like tens of thousands of dollars. It's just incredible opportunity. So for me, I don't know when this is going to quote stop. At some point it's going to return to normalcy, but I'm just riding the wave, up and down with this volatility until it kind of settles.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioning about people over leveraging with prop firms. Yesterday I used the risk setting, so I put a $300 daily loss limit on one of my TradeFi accounts, and like took a trade. It didn't go in the drawdown, but I was just like moving fast. I put it on, so I have the $300 max daily loss limit in place, so it would kick me out. But I went back and looked at it, my like risk on the trade was like $1,000. You know what I mean? So like
Gosh.
you get into, sometimes you just get into it. It's so easy, and you don't, if you're
Yeah.
moving quickly and not like pre-planning
Oh, yeah.
things, to just put on way more risk with futures than you
Absolutely.
realize. And that was only with a few I had 4 micros. It wasn't like it was anything crazy. It was just
Yeah.
like, this is
Oh,
where I
listen.
would have wanted to put my stop. But
When I
yeah, it's
first
wild.
traded silver, I had no idea what it did, how it
Yeah,
worked,
yeah,
and so I
yeah.
traded a mini and just a test. And luckily, I actually made money. But in 3 seconds, literally 3 seconds, I was up like $600. I'm like, okay, we're not going to use minis anymore. And even micros, you can go up or down hundreds with just one. It's
Yep.
crazy. I still don't quite know the tick per dollar type of thing, but
That's funny.
I just kind of know ballpark. Okay, if I use a 1 bar stop, it's like $200 or
Yeah,
whatever it is.
yeah. Yeah, I've looked it up before. There's like a few different. I'm not sure about silver, but I think gold. There's like, isn't there like 3 different sizes you can trade with gold? I think, depending
I'm not
on
sure. I know this.
what data feed you have, maybe. But
Yeah, maybe yeah. All right, so we're gonna open up here. Nebus is the only thing that I think could be potentially okay. So you can see that daily's trying to flip here, but we're rejecting the 95.8. So above the 95.8, I'm definitely interested. So we can see we're pushing above that 95.8. So again, I'm gonna wait for some type of confirmation here, but we can see the daily is trying to flip. You can see that daily there is trying to give us the signal to flip. So now we need the smaller time frames in alignment as well.
I am holding a few MNQ micros at 25,603.
Nice.
We had some of this end of the day level, which was right at VWAP, so I put on a few pre-market, so getting a nice push here. All right, boom! I just hit my max daily profit on my TradeFi Lightning account. So it's
Nice.
2 days in a row, and that was a nice quick trade for me there. Just to show you guys the I was with Zach in terms of, I didn't love that we were in the middle of yesterday's range still on NQ. We had basically, the overnight session, we traded up near the highs and then sold off all the way back down to the previous day's low, and then we're opening again. But the this 25,600 level where I took these pre-market longs, where it came from was this kind of this last hourly bar yesterday. And so combination between that and VWAP is why I put that trade on pre-market. See, this is the level here. So I actually took the entry on this first 5-minute bar here.
I'm hoping this symbiotic get a push up above previous day high quickly. We're approaching now. I'm going to give it one opportunity to test and break and hold. My stop is still at even though for the remaining. Come on. Rocket Lab just broke previous high. Sim's feeling like it wants it.
For more fall through on NQ, I'd like to see it above 25,683.25. If we can get above that previous day's high, I think we could see some more room to the upside. Also, guys, we do have a Lucid 150K test account that we'll be giving away later on stream. You will have to be on stream to win it. The Dow, ES, and Q all strong. The Russell showing some weakness though. Bank with some weakness. The VIX selling a little bit currently. Somebody, Cody in chat said SNDK is insane lately.
Yeah.
Holy cow. It's up almost 14% today. 37.50 on the underlying. That's crazy.
Yeah, big move.
Yeah, closed yesterday at 274. 310 right now. Shoo. In the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's a crazy one.
Yeah, it's up like over $70 in 2 days. That's wild. NQ back below its open here. The open was a good line in the sand for us yesterday. It acted as a little bit of resistance early, and then ended up being support for. I was able to add into my winning trade off the opening print hold yesterday. Yesterday's winner. See NQ currently bouncing at that opening print.
Sim got just the previous day high and then rejected a bit.
So Zach, my plan is to kind of spread the wealth out amongst a handful of different prop firms and kind of keep tight daily loss limits and profit targets on the accounts and sort of spread the love. And if I'm able to secure some payouts, maybe reinvest a portion of those payouts into scaling up the accounts and stuff like that. Would you say that's how you approach prop trading last year? Or did you kind of state okay?
Yeah, definitely. And, I think you just figure out what firms you like, start there, and then scale. I figured out ones I like and definitely ones that I don't like.
Yeah.
But people ask like last year, like, what were your expenses? And I'm like, some months nothing.
Yeah.
Some months thousands, because, and sometimes, the expenses are not necessarily a bad thing. It's coming from scaling, scaling up. And so naturally, if you're going to be scaling up, you're going to have to spend money to do so.
Sure.
And you do that with the profits. And
yeah,
just like a trade. If you make some money, you roll it to another trade.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big believer in that. I haven't really tried to scale the accounts before. Like last year I was able to take some payouts, but I kind of hyper focused in on like one account at a time. But this year I want to definitely try to kind of scale that and spread that out a little bit. But I think that's, even if you're trading a cash account, like say you make $1,000 and you want to grow your account, I still personally think you should, pay yourself 500, use 500 to grow the account.
Yeah.
Similar to how with you get a $2,500 payout from a prop firm, maybe, you pay yourself the $2,000, 500 gets reinvested into, more accounts for more size, right? So
Absolutely.
I think it's a smart way to do it. But I do always think you should pay yourself too, right? You gotta make sure you're getting that bread, baby. You gotta pay them bills, baby. NQ gave us the opening print bounce back up to the intraday high and then failed again back at the opening print here. I was looking at YM off VWAP, but it took off without me. RTY starting to play a little catch up here with some strength. VIX is really tight right now, which maybe leads me to thinking maybe some more chop, but
So we're getting rejections across the board for all the individuals that I'm watching, which I'm not overly surprised with. And QES also rejecting a bit.
Yeah, Dow and Russell both looking stronger and stronger as the ES and NQ are selling off, looking weaker.
Mm-hmm.
NQ is traded back into VWAP here underneath the opening print. ES is right at its opening print.
So now NQ is the weakest. RTY is getting a bit of a bounce.
Sorry about that. I had to step away and blow my nose real quick.
Gotcha. So this Nevis has rejected the 95.8s and the daily's not looking to flip now. So that's why it's very important we stay above those highs. If we don't stay above the highs, no interest.
So
So for new entries, nothing yet. PLs, I mean, everything's fading. PL, Nevis, Rivian. Sim, I gave it the chance to try to break previous day high. It didn't. And then underneath the hourly 8, it'll probably hit our break-even stop. Rocket Lab did pop up higher. I was looking to take a trim if we broke 79. We ended up not doing that and then faded.
And Q, nice bounce back above the OP here.
Definitely nice bounce there. Tyler, what was your most profitable, if any, prop firm from last year?
It was actually Top One Futures,
Oh,
who was
interesting.
a newer firm. I took a little over 10 grand out with them.
Okay.
I actually got moved to a live account. So I definitely had a good experience with them. Um, and I actually I'm looking at their accounts right now. It's funny you asked, but I had a good experience with them. Their support was like really good. I had like a technical issue that had happened with like they had a daily loss limit in place, and I had a trade on, and it like automatically stopped me out at $500. I think I was trading a 100K account, and the daily loss limit was like I think $1,500 or $2,000, something like that. And the system like auto stopped me out of a trade when I was in $500 worth of drawdown, and then the trade ended up like working in my favor. I ended up getting back in it and like making money, but like I had like a worse entry and like so I was like a little frustrated. And then there was another
Yeah.
day where I'm like was about to hit my daily loss limit, so I was just like, all right, I'll just let my daily loss limit trigger, and I didn't have a stop in place, and it didn't stop me out of my trade. And so it just
Oh,
kept going like against me, against me, against me. And I was like, then you're in panic mode because now I'm like losing way more than I ever thought I could. So those two things happened early, and their support was really good about it. And like, they made it right. And just like reset it so I didn't lose more than the system should
yeah.
have allowed, stuff like that. So like that, their support was really good. When they
Yeah.
first opened, they had pretty lax roles, which I think is probably normal in the prop industry where a lot of firms will open with maybe better roles to try to get new traders in, but then
Yeah.
as they start to give out a lot of payouts, they start to tighten things up and dial things back a little
See,
bit.
it's funny you say that too, because I've been looking to expand to as many firms as possible, and I actually looked at their rules, and I personally thought that there was like no benefit with trading with them, at least at this point.
Yeah,
And
yeah. So I was looking
the accounts
yesterday.
are also not like they're kind of expensive.
Yeah, they have some like unique. They brought some new things. And when I first like bought the 100K account, the maximum payout, like per payout request was $4,000. So my first payout, I was able to take $4,000, and then they retroactively lowered it to 3,000. So then I got two more payouts from that account, which were 3 and 3. So I would end up being 10 between the three payouts from that one account. But it was like a little bit of a bummer that it should have been 12, right? Because it was 4 and 4, and I made significantly more than I needed to. I think I was up like 20 some thousand in the account. And whenever I got moved live, so here's my knock on, right? That was the good thing. Support was good. When I first got started, the role's really good. Um, but that was my complaint, is I didn't like the retroactively changing of the roles. And then when I got moved to live, um, they moved. I think I had about $13,000 or $14,000 worth of profit in my account, but they'll only move 10% of your account size to live. So I had a $100,000 account, so they moved 10K to live, and I didn't get to take that like additional $2,000 or $3,000 that I had in the account as a payout.
Yeah.
So I didn't like that. And then when you're live,
Yeah.
like you didn't have the ability, like I couldn't have just like taken that 10K and put it in a cash account if I wanted. Like I could only take withdrawals above the 10K. So I didn't love their live setup. I didn't think it was like the best. But so to continue on that a little bit, is I was comparing them to Tradeify yesterday, and their instant funded accounts, which is their original instant fundeds, are still my favorite ones. Are basically the same rules as Tradeify, 20% drawdown, or 20% consistency, stuff like that. But I think they were slightly more expensive with the current promo, like maybe like 40, $50 per account, but they had $500 more in your payout request. For instance, on a 50K Tradeify, you could withdraw 2K, and on a 50K top one, you can do 2,500. So it's like $50 more for the account, but you could withdraw $500 more. Other than that, they're like really similar accounts. But they've introduced 2 new accounts, one which they call like the S2F straight to funded, and one they call the Ignite accounts, which they do periodically. But those ones are actually really cheap. The Ignite accounts, though, they tighten it, it's a 15% consistency, and then the S2Fs have a intraday trailing drawdown. So both those account types are like the cheapest direct straight to funded accounts on the market that you can get, but you have a tighter consistency, tighter payout caps. Like there's obviously cons that come with the pros of a cheap account, right?
Definitely.
So they do have some unique stuff in that sense, and they were allowing people to copy trade 10 accounts at once at the Ignite accounts, and they were only $100 for the 25Ks, and you could do $1,000 payout. So you could get 10 accounts, right? You could spend $1,000 on 10 accounts, and then you could take $1,000 payout from each account. So $1,000 investment, you could get a $10,000. If you wanted to copy trade up to 10, the return on the money wasn't bad. But I'm actually I just reached out to the support. They're only allowing me to trade 1 account at a time because I got moved live. So their goal is basically they want me to trade 1 account and move me back live, is what they said. So. We'll see. They actually just reached out to me originally. I wanted them to work with stock dads. And at the time they didn't agree on anything, but they just reached back out and they do want to start working with us, which is why I'm like willing to like go into it with more details, but or else I wouldn't be given the free promo. But just kidding. But
yes, just broke yesterday high. So do we have any data at 10? I didn't look.
There was 9:45. We had PMI.
Yeah, I don't think that'll do much.
Yeah, which is not red folder. I mean, that happened. We did get a little. NQ was giving us a little push up there. 9:45. NQ currently above previous's high. VIX started breaking down lower. RTY stalling out a little bit. But yeah, last year, so top 1 futures was my biggest payouts, and then I had a couple small ones from Top Step and My Funded Futures were the 3 that I got payouts from.
Solid. It's looking like a pretty boring start for me so far. Option names pulling back and or not setting up. Indices kind of just blasting off through previously high, which is good. We can sustain over it and build trend, then we can just buy pullbacks.
Do you have a favorite prop firm, Zach? I know you said maybe Take Profit Trader.
It kind of just depends. I mean, I like Tradeify, I like Take Profit. Um, you know, they're kind of all good for different things. I feel I made the most from Take Profit last year,
Okay.
just because of the ability to take daily. I had a couple
Mm-hmm.
weeks where I withdrew every single day, but everything has a kind of flip side, right? Where Take Profit, the customer support is like non-existent, right? It's just
Correct.
it
Yeah.
might as well not have a customer support. It's so bad, and so for me to say that's my favorite, it's tough because like if there's ever an issue, like it takes forever, right? Um, so that I think overall, if I had to say one in its entirety, I would probably have to say Tradeify.
Okay.
Even though I made the most from Take Profit. Um, but I use the list of what I use right now. I have it on my phone. So I use Tradeify, Take Profit Trader, Apex, MFF, Alpha, Trade Day, and Lucid. That's what I currently am using, and I'm
Okay.
open to others if any are decent.
Yeah, I'm trying the Tradeify Lightning accounts out for the first time. I just got one of those. I actually might get another one, but at a terrible price right now. And I was actually looking at the this morning. I was looking at the My Funded Futures accounts, and one of their new ones looked pretty good. It had daily payouts over the buffer. I'm assuming the buffer is your drawdown,
Mm-hmm.
but then it's daily payouts, minimum of $500 payout. I think they're what was that? Let me look it
I think they're intraday drawdown though, if I'm not mistaken.
up. Oh, okay, that would suck. I wouldn't like that.
So for me, I would rather just do Take Profit Trader or
Yeah,
Trade Day.
yeah.
Actually has no intraday, and you could take out daily.
So it says, yeah, it's their rapid plan. Um, so it says perks and features, zero activation fee, daily payouts eligible after the first day of trading, $500 minimum up to 10K profit per day, no daily loss limit, an eval sim. It says end of day max loss in eval. Trade to 5 accounts in eval and sim funded, microscaling. It does look like the drawdowns end of day on these
Oh yeah,
on these
on
rapids
the
here.
daily ones.
Yeah, so they're daily, but you have to get over the buffer. So I think the buffer would probably be the 2K drawdown. Would probably be your buffer.
I just thought so. I thought it was intraday trail down. If it's not, then that's
Yeah, no,
soft.
it's not. It says first payout, and as soon as 1 day, subsequent payout 1 days, but a minimum
Yeah.
of 500, and then drawdown mode
So
end of
for
day.
me, regardless of the drawdown or not, my funded futures, their pro accounts have a very big withdrawal cap. So that
Mm.
firm is what I kind of try to go like the home runs on because I can.
Who'd you say with that has
And
the big withdrawal ones?
my funded,
My funded.
yeah, on the pro accounts.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Um,
Those are the ones that are more
yeah.
expensive. Yeah,
So on those accounts, I'm trying more so to go for like home
bigger
runs
winners.
because
Yeah.
I have upside where on my trade day, on my Take Profit Trader, on my Tradeify, those are the ones that I'm looking
Take
for
those
the
base
basics
hits.
because
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, those I'm looking for just kind of like quote like steady income,
Mm-hmm.
where I don't need to go for the heavy hitters.
Mm-hmm.
Alpha is kind of like a weird middle ground where I aim for slightly larger winners but still like shut it down. And Apex, my goal for Apex is just get a damn max payout, man.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
have so many. They have so many. I know what I'm facing, but for
yeah.
there, I'm looking to take one or two trades, just shut it down, and
Yes, ripping right now, baby.
yeah, yeah, it is. I'm looking for a pullback, and there's nothing.
How are the individual names that you're watching? Anything start to flip here? It looks like they're also maybe selling off.
Yeah.
Rocket Labs maybe holding a little bit. But no, I like that idea as well. That was part of my plan too. Was get the some of the straight to funded or instant funded accounts with those tighter consistency rules for the base hits, and then
Yep.
maybe try to get funded with like one of these my funded futures or other accounts that allow kind of the bigger wins without the consistency rules.
Yep. I am watching this Nevis if we can get back over 95.8. Right, stop to get dinged on sim. So PL and Rivian are both looking like no-goes. Nevis is the only potential here that I see. Dang, we're just ripping here. No pullback though. Straight up.
Yeah.
We had one trend at like a 2-minute setup, but even that wasn't the best.
Maybe the Russell playing a little catch up here, right? The opening print, but it's like, do I really want to long the weakest name?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's like it's kind of just sitting there. And then the thought is if we do get a pullback, then Russell will probably get whacked.
Mm-hmm.
The Dow is like a little better because it's already well filled the gap. But
This area here, 25,774 in the NASDAQ. It's been in an area we rejected, looks like Friday, Wednesday, Tuesday of last week. So we'll see if we can break through it this time. Probably prefer to see a little bit of sideways action, small pullback, if anything, if you want longs.
yeah, I would say if this 15-minute bar can come down to like 737-ish and then bounce and then hold to allow the 5-minute 8 EMA to catch up a little bit because we're a bit extended now. That's, I think, the best case scenario. It was decent though. ES and Q swept the lows, tied the 5-minute EMAs back over the opening print.
Yeah.
There was just a little bit of resistance ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the 15-minute chart on NQ, it kind of just held that trend flip. It was, we sold off overnight and then it kind of started flipping trend back up and just kind of held that trend nicely.
Yeah. that sim may have hit my break-even stop and then got me. I think it literally hit and then just full reverse.
That's the most annoying thing in trading. Like,
yeah, and also, Tyler, I don't know if you were with me at all when I was discussing my trade log, but I think I told you I was tracking my trades for the last 6 months, like more in detail,
about
right?
sizing for zero. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I got a lot of interesting data. So I ended up getting about 165 trades kind of in the database, and I just I wanted to just like narrow the criteria down like a lot. And so the one thing that I said was that I don't typically trim for like less than like 30% often. Usually like 20, 25% sometimes, but 30% is a good number because sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. And so I asked it how many trades achieve this, and then I kind of like narrowed it down even further. So basically, what the data told me is that my worst type of trades are premiums that are underneath 50 cents. So if a trade, the contract is $50 or less,
Okay.
then typically those are like losing majority of the time.
Okay.
My average loser had 6 days of expiration time. So that means, 1 to 2 weeks out. My average winner had 14 days, meaning typically 3 to 4 weeks out, right?
Okay.
And then another interesting one was that the average winner was about 3.5% out of the money, whereas the average loser was about I think it was 8.7% out of the money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So basically what this is telling me, and ChatGPT was like, this is the death zone, is like cheap premiums plus not a lot of expiration time plus out of the money, which I kind of already knew.
Yeah.
But it was cool to see the actual numbers being crunched behind the scenes to support that.
Yeah. Yeah. As soon as you said about like the lower premium, that's my mind went, okay, so your contracts that are further out of the money, right? And yeah, so further out of the money, shorter timed expiration is obviously going to be cheaper. So that makes sense. And like,
exactly.
I feel like sometimes we as traders can get attracted to those because of like the price and like the potential upside, right?
Exactly.
If it goes
Coulda, woulda,
crazy,
shoulda,
but like when you talk about probability, to see the data like that is probably pretty cool.
Yeah. And so one of the things that I'm doing, which is what I just did with Sim, is that basically I back tested all these numbers, right? And I said, run the numbers for 30% win or whatever. And so what it can't do, because obviously it doesn't have the capabilities, is it can't be like, okay, once it hits 30%, what does it do from there, right? So what I'm doing at least Q1 or at least the first month of this year is once my trade hits 30%, even if I don't want to, I'm putting my stop at break even.
Okay.
And so that's what I just did there. Unfortunately, it literally hit my stop and then now it's reversing back up. But I'm just kind of playing my numbers right now. I'm playing the data that I was given.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to see how this goes after a month or 2 or 3 and then have to, if I make adjustments, I'll make adjustments. But, just kind of doing what the data tells me because I basically ran the numbers. I said, do all this, once it hits 30%, use a break even stop. And I said every position size was $4,000.
Okay.
And it basically said if it took all those trades, it would net $185,000.
Okay.
Meaning every trade was $4,000, and it ran the system of scaling out to the upside, or once first trim was achieved, then stop it even. But, and this is the caveat too, if we didn't hit first trim, meaning plus 30%,
Okay.
it would hold for 0.
Okay.
So essentially, if the trade didn't get 30%, and again, in real time, if it's like 28%, we could trim, right?
Sure.
But if the trade, based on the model, if the trade didn't hit 30%, it would hold for a full max loss. And it still achieved that level of success.
Yeah. Okay. So that's interesting. So 30% is where it's saying you take a trim, move stop to break even.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And speaking of this Nebis is now shaping up for me. So if we get this 5-minute close strong here, I actually do want to see us break the first 5-minute high of the day. So first 5-minute high of the day break on Nebis plus a 2-minute pause. I will be taking some of this.
This was the R2Y entry. Looks like it's starting to get a little follow through here, but
102300. Let's see, 102300, 96. So we didn't quite break that high yet, but excuse me, guys, we're working on it. So guys, I'm looking for the $1,2300 calls for Nebus is what I'm watching. They're gonna be around 500 and change a pop. Stop will be intraday, low of day, but as we know, the new mentality will be size for zero. But you know, the trade quote fails if this daily doesn't flip and we fully reverse, which we opened up here, we faded, and then we came all the way back. So now we probably shouldn't fade again. So all I'm waiting for is this first 5-minute high to get taken out, which we just did. So now first 2-minute entry I will take. Cons are around like 5.2 right now, but let me give it a second.
Chart looks good.
Yeah, it looks very good, especially if this daily can flip. Only tiny concern I have is that the monthly is still an inside bar, but the month just started and it was also a pretty small range last month. Damn, the Dow and Russell both got that push as NQ and ES kind of chilled. I don't mind it here.
Old Trumpy speaking it too.
All right, guys, I just took some there at 5.2. I'm leaving myself room to add 1 time small, but I'm pretty much in for what I want here. So the ad would come into strength if I do take the ad. But there you go. You know, just sticking to what I said, I wanted to see that first 5-minute high get taken out. We did. First 2-minute pullback I bought. And there you go. New high of the day. Very nice. So let's see continuation. And especially a strong hourly close. Nice failure to go lower so far. If we do continue to push, it'll be a 5. It'll be as if we tag the hourly through time there. Did pretty much tag level there too. So it's all looking decent. Looking decent. PL is also looking decent, trying to get back above the open.
Somebody asked CRISPR, CRISPR. He's looking at Nebus. If you're asking what he's looking at, Nebus, right?
Sorry, I'm honking. Yes. Nebus. And also, if you're asking as far as analysis, while I'm actively trading, I don't like to bounce around and look for different tickers because I like to try to remain focused. But if we have a moment where it's a bit duller, I don't have to concentrate as much, and I can check out some different tickers for you guys. So that PL is looking good, but I'm going to hold off for now. The premiums aren't going to be, oh, sorry. The premiums aren't going to be a home run if we do get to the 100. It's still going to be a very good trade. But I wanted to strike in a date that one wasn't too out of the money based on my data that I just shared. but I wanted to strike in a date where if we can get to 100 and hold some runners, we can now push to 108, and it's not going to be too far off the money where we won't have to worry. All right. All right, so we just closed that 5 minute at new high of the day, so that makes me feel pretty solid. I'm not sure if I'm going to add or not. I'm not going to add into an impulse. The add would come like on an impulse and then a pullback still within trend, still above here. And like I said, I don't. If this trade doesn't allow me to add, it's still going to be fine. So we'll see. Already moving decent, actually. These cons are at $6 already. From 5.2, 6.2 now. Pushing a little bit, about 20%. If we get to like 98.5s, maybe I'll take a small trim off. Obviously, you can go weeklies, you can go next week's, and you get more percentage, right? But again, I'm just sticking to my data, what my data tells me. Similarly, as I've explained before, my futures data tells me that if my trade that I'm in is above 15 minutes, my win rate goes down to 3% or 55%. So how do I combat that? I enter, take entry, look for exit, look for reentry. No reason to fight the data. And as I mentioned too, I'm still testing out these ideas that I've been given from my data. So, you know, I'm going to make adjustments as time goes on, but I may take a trim here, guys. Okay, I just took a trim there. Okay, I took a trim there at 6.55. A couple contracts off there. Excuse me. Getting a very nice push. That was a very good entry. Very happy with that, regardless of if it hits target now or later or never.
Oh, baby, let's go. Push.
Let's go. I'm gonna take another trim here, guys. Just got filled at 7. Took a trim. Wow, let's go. We're pushing, guys.
Yeah, buddy.
Probably getting better than that. Let's go. What a freaking entry. We're pretty much hitting my target here. Got to fill at 7.1 there. See if we get another contract off here. We're looking like 7.3s or so. 7.2s. My top fill was 7.1. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Pamp it. Shout out, Peter.
Bigger trim here now as we're approaching target.
She wants more, baby.
There we go.
She wants more.
Oh, yeah. I did get that fill at 7.3. Gonna hold runners now, see if we can break that 100.7.
More. We want more. I got a stream deck over the break, so I've been
nice
playing around with adding some media to it and stuff. My favorite part is I didn't realize this was a feature on OBS, but you can do something called replay buffer. And basically you give it a time period, like 30 to 90 seconds. And then I just click a button and it'll automatically clip that 30 to 90 seconds of the recording.
Yeah.
Instead of having to go back through and scrub through, you know what I mean, like 2 hours of live trade. Like it's like, oh, he just took a trade. It went, well, clip. All right, got the clip. I got it. Don't have to find it. That's my favorite part. I'm like, yes.
All right, guys. So I only have now a couple contracts left. I mean, again, I'm anticipating this trade to take all day, to take hours, and the trade hit target in 10 minutes. So I'm not going to be greedy. I can always take a re-entry above 100.7s for that 108. So now I'm down to just some runners and very stoked with that. Got filled 7.3s for majority of them. I took a small trim there at 6.55 or 6.65 or something. But majority was out above 7, which I'm pretty stoked about. So
yeah, that was great. Stress free. Got quick.
Yeah, super easy. About 40% overall right now, sitting at like a net 35% winner, which isn't crazy, but I mean the fact that you can get that on a contract with almost 3 weeks of time, stress free, zero drawdown. But it all comes down to, guys, knowing exactly what you want to see, right? It comes down to the start of the day saying that I wanted to see that daily flip. The daily will only flip above the opening print. We faded initially, got back above the opening print. I said I wanted to see us take out those first 5-minute highs. We took out the 5-minute highs. I said, okay, from there, I'm going to buy the first 2-minute pullback. Bought the first 2-minute pullback, and straight shot up. Obviously, can't guarantee the straight shot up part every time, but very simple. And you guys saw it in live time, which is awesome.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, good patience waiting for that. It didn't work out off the open, letting it play out. We're getting that sideways action here on NQ now.
So you can see here, I mean, we'll see what happens after, but this is a big reason why I am not looking to anticipate breaks, because we can see we just rejected from 100 down to 98 and change. So that's why I don't care if we continue to rip, because I know back above 100.7, I can get back into the trade with a different strike, different date. If we just continue to rip with no pullback, so be it. But that's why for me, I like to close majority of the position here. I think I have 1 or 2 contracts left as runners, just in case we don't get a re-entry. And we're always at some point going to pull back. So you see pretty much perfectly off that 99.78, especially when we have 2 levels back to back this close within like a dollar range. It's like a big zone that we need to break through. So it can probably break through it. It just may need time. Again, it's only been not even an hour in the day, so maybe we post an hourly 1, 2, 3 or something of that nature. All right. The Dow and the Russell are now approaching that previous day high.
Yeah, they are.
Ooh, I've been waiting for this ticker for months.
What's that?
DigitalOcean.
Digital
This
Ocean.
is going to explode.
What is it?
I don't know what this thing is, but this thing has been basing for a couple months. This monthly chart has been kind of in this range for 4 years, and we're finally breaking out.
Yes, and Q making new highs here. Russell and the Dow as well. Everything making new highs.
I really like this setup.
Hmm.
I think I'm going to look for some leaps here right away. Let's see.
Oh, guys, earlier I said 150K Lucid test account. I think it's 150K direct account. Oh, hot damn. We do have that giveaway we're gonna do this afternoon. We'll do a Duke during Ticker Tinder. Duke will be here. I spoke to him.
All right, guys, I just opened up a leap here. I'm leaving myself a little bit of room to add here because this is technically a breakout. However, this is a breakout I've been waiting for months. Monthly 1, 2, 3, breaking out of this, as I mentioned, 4-year base here on DigitalOcean. And I took the May $60 calls at 4.8. This is just something I'm going to hold, potentially actively trade around. It's a 5.15, 60 call.
I just saw the 3 new analysts who specialize in prediction markets. Should be interesting.
Yep. That's the hourly close there as well.
Yeah, nice strong hourly close here.
I think this digital ocean can really explode these next couple weeks.
Check it out.
I'm honestly not even opposed to taking some of the February calls. Just trying to look. We haven't traded these levels in a
DOCN.
long. Yeah, this is like, in my opinion, as good of a higher time frame swing trader chart as you can possibly get. All right, so we have 53 fours as our first somewhat pivot. And above that, small at 55. So 55 first target. Gap at
It is
56.
a nice looking chart.
Target up at 60. Shit. I'm done.
Nice move on NQ up to the upper target here. We'll see here now, consolidating right underneath this 25,774. Not surprised to see a little resistance here. How much somebody, John Carter said, what contract did Zach take on the, I think he's talking about the digital ocean?
I posted it in the Discord on the Zach stock, so check that out. Or if you're asking about the Nebus, I took the 12300 call at 5.2 and trimmed a good chunk at 7.273. Still have a couple cons, 2 cons left.
This afternoon, guys, we have Aaron back with his nooner segment, and Duke will be on this afternoon for Ticker Tinder, looking for some overnight snipes. Didn't deploy his ass quite yet. So Johnny doesn't come on and trade live. Does he just do like longer term stock buys, or does he actively day trade?
No, I think it's more longer term stuff.
Yeah. Everybody get wild for New Year's?
I was very tame.
Were you?
Yeah.
That we mentioned about Jake going to Puerto Rico. That was the crazy part to me, is him giving up that apartment. I know how much he loved it.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know if I'm gonna take another trade or not.
Big hourly bar from ES, so it's possible it's post like an inside hourly. Maybe a 1, 2, 3 leading into later today.
Oops.
I don't really have any interest in Netflix to the moon, unless you're looking to short, which I don't really like to short. I actually said Netflix was one of the stocks that I'm looking to actually stay away from this year.
He watched that Stranger Things finale and he's like, nah, I'm done.
Thank you, John. There you go.
Netflix is getting
So
pretty beat up.
yeah, so the reason why I said Netflix was kind of like a stay away, and again, anytime I have like kind of controversial takes, people hate it, but um, I just do what the chart says. I don't really care what the name is, right? Again, I don't know what DigitalOcean is. I don't really doesn't really matter too much to me. Um, However, the chart is a chart. This is the first time that Netflix closed underneath the monthly 20 EMA since basically the COVID, or not the COVID, excuse me, the after COVID kind of correction bear market, right, in 2022. We had that flip to the downside. It spent a year to the downside, and then since then it's been in a steady up climb. This is the first time, like I said, since then, so 2-3 years, that it's gotten a monthly close underneath the 20 EMA. That is very damaging. Even as weak as you may think some of these other stocks have been occasionally, Apple, Amazon, right? Amazon never closed under it. Amazon's been a big laggard. Microsoft of recent, right? It's just underneath the monthly 8. So the fact that Netflix is that weak, it's not good. It's definitely a red flag. So could it prove itself and do something? Sure. But it's something that needs a lot of time. And for me, I just know mentally Netflix for me isn't going to be in play for long until it gets back over last month high around like 110. So I really have no interest in it until then. Or if it really gets smoked, and let's say it gets down to like 70, you could maybe take a stab there. That's where the quarterly 20 EMA is if you're looking for that. So, definitely one that I'm not really keen on right now. So,
Yeah, it doesn't look too. If you're trying to day trade it to the upside, it doesn't look very promising.
no, it's very simple. If the daily EMAs are pointed down, if the weekly EMAs are pointed down, just stay away. Again, you could short, and it's been a good short, but I would prefer just to do other things.
So
You always have to ask yourself before you get into a trade, right? You only have a limited amount of money, so it doesn't matter what the trade is. Or it's like, if I enter this trade, is this the best use of the capital, right? And the answer for some maybe yes, but for me it would be no.
unless you're the Fed, in which case, of course, you have unlimited money.
See, that is the part that we're missing. You're right.
John said that DigitalOcean is primarily competes with larger cloud providers like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform, as well as other smaller alternative cloud providers. I don't know, little NQ scalpy here, little bottom of this flag. I don't know. I feel like am I eating because I'm bored? Like the Grinch, That's
I mean, if you look structurally, it looks better than ES. ES is already
yeah.
faded pretty deeply, kind of just holding this area. But I also just don't personally think we're making that next leg up yet.
Yeah.
So if you take, it's not bad if you take like a 20-point stop, 20-point take profit back to the top of the range. But then again, is that what you want to do? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, this area, we rejected this area right here on Friday. We rejected it on, I think this was Wednesday. We rejected it here on Tuesday. So would not be surprised to see this reject here again, like we have the last 2 times we've been here.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of keep us in this, like we mentioned earlier, the daily's kind of been ranging for the last couple months here.
Mm-hmm.
VIX all the way back up to its open here.
kind of tempted to long now.
Yeah. Kind of sweep this little area, this flag area.
Because the thinking is if it does bounce, it should bounce from here. And then even if it takes 45 minutes to work ourselves back up to the top of the range, now you can actually have a bit of a wider stop, but also much nicer targets. Figure underneath, like, you can use like a 40-point stop here, and then just, high of day is 60 points. And then, if we do make the next leg, that's about 160 points from here. So that's a 4-to-1 to there. Not bad. Let's see how the next couple fives play out, at least the next one.
Oh, did you watch those lures on Sunday night, baby?
Hold on, sorry, 1 sec.
Oh, you're good.
This Rocket Lab is pushing. I'm debating what to do on the sack. I think I'm going to sell it on the sack just to be safe. Yeah, I closed it on the sack, guys. I'm holding the normal, though. But yes, I did. I did watch.
What a game that was, man. That fourth quarter was.
Yeah.
Boswell broke my heart, and then the Ravens kicker repaired it for me.
Oof. That's a tough go for him. I feel bad.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Either way, somebody's kicker was feeling down and out after that one.
100%. Yeah, it's because I have to imagine like what that guy's feeling right now. Regardless if they cut him or not or what, but I'm pretty sure too, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he missed another big kick during the year as well.
Did he? He's a rookie, right? I think he's a rookie.
Yeah, and the only reason I remember that, which is messed up, but I remember he got like engaged, and he posted a picture on Instagram, and I'm pretty sure people were like, "There's nothing to be happy about right now. Like you shouldn't be smiling," or something like that. It's just messed up.
You were not allowed to have happiness when you have ruined my life.
Yeah, literally. Nevis might hit my trail stop. Very close.
About an hour and a half in the market open here. See if we can break out its previous day's range, or we're going to sell back into it here.
Yeah, SPY needs to break that like 691, which I'm not sure. I got dinged out on the remaining Nevis at 5.9, so like 15% of profit or so, which is always why it's important to secure gains at levels and don't try to anticipate the levels breaking. If they do, you can reposition. I always talk about this, but at this point here, right, on my screen you can see, at this point here, the premiums were roughly $750 each. I didn't get 750 as a fill. I was just waiting to see, but they were about 750 there at the high, I believe, maybe a little bit more, but just say for this example, 750. If instead of fading, we would have done something like this, break above, at this point right here, now, if you're looking for a re-entry, that contract probably at that point was called maybe a little bit more, maybe like 770, 780. So what you'd be doing essentially is buying back the contract you sold for only like $20, $30 more a pop. However, the difference is now you have that confirmation that we broke the level rather than you can see what happened projecting. So, I hold a couple contracts once we hit the major take profit to allow it to have the opportunity to break, but that's why I sell most at that target. Oof, thank you with a fade.
Oh yeah, just pushed into previous day high here. It's got some room down to VWAP still. Oh, yeah.
All right, that 15-minute 8 on NQ. Definitely a bit nasty of a reject now on ES. 20 points from those highs. We definitely need to hold around this area, this 25,680s on NQ. ES 69.55, which is also like kind of previous day pivot plus 15-minute 20.
Yeah, I have ES right at a level and VWAP here. This would be interesting spot.
Yep. It did just bounce off that 15-minute 20, which lined up with that level.
Yeah, keeping an eye on it.
If it can now bounce back over previous day high, so 69, okay, that's the alert for Rocket Lab breaking the previous day high is nice. Nice push. All right. Took a trim there, guys, on Rocket Lab at 455.
Might try MNQ just on an eval though.
All right. Good. Nice trim.
Nothing yet.
NQ just swept the lows. ES did not yet.
VIX right back at its open again here. I'd like to see it reject if I was going to try the longs.
Still an hourly inside, which gives me hope we can still bounce, but ES is hanging in a bit better than the NASDAQ right now. definitely need to wait. I'm gonna wait for this 15-minute bar. I'd say 15-minute hammer from here would be looking good.
Zach and I are going to be on for about another 25 minutes with live trading. Aaron will be on for the nooner, breaking down this morning's action. We'll take a quick little lunch break. And then Duke later this afternoon with ticker Tinder and a Lucid 150K direct account giveaway. I got to get on my burner account and try to win that myself.
I just got a payout yesterday for my first payout of the year.
From
with,
Lucid?
Yep.
Nice.
I have, I think just called the Pro.
The Lucid Pro accounts? Okay.
Which is the eval, whatever that one is.
Yeah. All right, babies, make or break time here. It looks like more break than make. Some market news in all red. The Supreme Court sets Friday as opinion day with tariffs pending. The U.S. Supreme Court has designated Friday as an opinion day, signaling that this will be the first opportunity for a verdict on President Donald Trump's global tariffs. The notice on the court's website comes as the justices return from a 4-week vacation break. Sounds nice. The courts never specify in advance which decisions are ready for release, simply that rulings in disputed cases may be issued when the justices reach the bench at 10 a.m. Washington time. Given the court's fast treatment of the matter thus far, a tariff determination seems possible. I thought Trump was supposed to talk at 2. Why is he yapping already?
Alert on this, breaking yesterday high, very nice. I think this DOCN is going to be a big winner. At least I hope.
It's a good looking chart.
Yeah, it's real nice.
Looks like we're heading down, down, down. Just melting, baby. Erasing the whole move here. Looks like NQ is about to come back to the open here.
pretty much at that open.
Mm-hmm. Back in a VWAP here. The VIX not getting over its open makes me think maybe this holds.
We did just hold the 15-minute, or well, it's not the 15 minutes, not closed yet, but
Yeah, if this.
I would say if we can get back over 83s here on NASDAQ, I would like to say that the higher low has been put in. But also, I mean, we pretty much went straight up with no structure. We went straight down with no structure. So it's like, how much do you trust today to now give us a trend day? Don't know. Excuse me.
I feel nap sounds nice. I did try some ones on a top step eval. Who is Trump talking to? Okay. Trump gives remarks at House GOP.
Shockingly, I'm the only one. This couldn't happen to anybody else. You have to give your tax returns, right? I gave my tax returns. They're from here, it's a big business. It's a great business. And I built a great business, like much bigger and better than anyone even understands.
All right, this 15 minutes gonna close here in a minute. Needs to get back over
Trump to give tax
683s.
returns. Supreme Court ruled I had to give my tax return. Can you believe it? Everyone said you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to do that. And by fighting, they think you're trying to hide something. You know, naturally. I gave my tax returns. That's the last we ever heard. They hired the biggest accounting firm in the world, most powerful lawyers in the world. They spent millions and millions of dollars going over those returns. There hasn't been one story that I did anything wrong. So this friend of mine is highly sophisticated.
All right, Trumpy. So really 3 could still end up as a inside bar, but
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning for.
15-minute didn't close quite as bullish as I would have preferred.
Yep. And that's why sometimes it sounds silly, like, when the hour first starts, oh, we got to break last hour high, but, it's not silly, when we have times like this, because it's just simple, if we don't break the previous hour high, we're not going to go higher. So just wait, buy a pullback. And now the problem is we've kind of just went down so fast with no structure. Do you trust this as the pullback?
YM and the Russell both holding up a little bit better here. They're over VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
US and NQ currently battling right underneath their VWAP. VIX rejecting at its opening print again. All right, give us a little pop.
Excuse me. All right, we got about 10 minutes, 11 minutes for the hour to close.
Here we go, baby. Here we go. A little more. A little more. We want more, just a little more.
More! More! More!
Yeah, I would say if the 15-minute can close, which is the next 10 minutes, above like 25,690-ish, 95s. I mean, especially if it can close above like 707, which would be previous day high. I think this would be the higher low. But until that happens, it's too early to tell. Also could be an inside 15-minute bar.
Mm-hmm.
Which wouldn't be terrible if it can close at like 85s, but
Yeah, VIX no follow through on the rejection.
all right. Oh, just NQ popping up, okay. Let's see. So we did just break the 15-minute inside. We need to get a bit more push though. Close up near 25,700. I feel pretty good.
So I was trying this TopStep account, a couple minis, and TopStep has the 50% consistency on the evals. And I put my daily profit goal. I normally take, like I did 1,500, it's a 50K account, so $1,505. So a few dollars over the halfway mark. And it just stopped me on my position, and it realized my profit at $1,486. stupid. Now I'm $14 short. Like purposely went $5 over. Okay, there we go. I threw on 2 micros to pick up the $14. We got it. All right, well there we go. We got halfway done on a Top Step eval. We got a daily max profit locked in on Tradeify. We'll take it. It's a good, solid winning day.
Be right back.
Oh, you're good. We can actually just wrap it, man. I don't know if you're.
I heard you. Come back.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I just figured we could send off for
Final
lunch break here. But yeah, guys, thanks for tuning in. Zach, thanks for giving us your insight. A couple nice plays, and you still have DigitalOcean, right? But you closed the runners on Nebius, right?
Yep.
All right, nice. And like we mentioned earlier, Zach does have the Futures and Prop Firm Bootcamp coming up. The link is pinned in the chat. It's also in the description of the YouTube video. So make sure you guys have registered for that free bootcamp. And yeah, thanks again. We'll be back at 12 with the nooner with Aaron. We're just going to take a quick lunch break. And Zach, thanks, man. We'll probably see you next week, right?
Yep. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
I got long a few seconds before we tweeted about tariffs. I didn't have time to set my stop, dude. I got wrecked.
That's brutal, bro.
Welcome to the DSG FNGP. Gather around, fellas, because it's time to take back control of your houses from those snot-nosed little brats. Today's lesson will be on spanking. When it comes to spanking, you got 3 options. You have my grandma's favorite, the wooden spoon. Sturdy, has a nice sting to it, works well. Next up, you got my dad's favorite, the leather belt. I like to do that first to put a little fear into the child. Last but definitely not least, you got the good old classic, bare hand. That's it, let him have it. There it is.
Still got all your NVIDIA shares?
Oh yeah, I'm never paper handing. Dude, that's my entire 401k.
You really don't think AI is a bubble?
In Jensen, we trust.
All right, fellas, it's time for some role play now. Rustin, I'm gonna play your 13-year-old son, who just told your wife that he's effing sick of this BS. And how are you gonna handle that?
How am I gonna handle that? You said foul language to a lady?
No, Dad, no!
He's hitting harder than a Jerome rate hike.
Harder than a 0 DTE time decay.
Stock Talk for dads. Stock Dads TV.
Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. And they've paid over 10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. Clear path to Lucid Live. Code StockDads.
Most traders are journaling their trades, but barely anyone is actually using that data to improve. TradeZeller's all-new Reports 2.0 completely changes that.
Get access to the world's most powerful trade journaling software with code StockDads.
All right, Aaron, we are back with the nooner. And reminder everybody, we have after this we have ticker Tinder with Duke. So make sure you guys stick around for that. And oh, you know what, Aaron? I actually did have one question, maybe a couple questions I wanted to ask you really quickly before you got started. When you're using measured moves, are you using like fibs? Is that what you're?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So when you say VIX is extremely technical, what do you mean by that when you say it's extremely technical?
Well, if you look here on the VIX, like what we look at is when the VIX is in a series of measured moves down. Now these fibs are different than how things come. This is a whole different way they're set up. All that's on my pin messages. But what I mean is the VIX is technical down to the tick. So you'll see that this short from highs held, right? They're not sloppy. It doesn't move. Now, if you look at this long from lows that we're running into, you have to do a little rounding math on these. A 61.8 is a break, but on the tick, on the VIX, it moves in nickel increments, right? So this 16.17, we have to round it down to the nearest nickel, which is 16.15. And then we always subtract a tick. We give it one tick room. So 16.10 and this long would be broken. It didn't. It traded right to its line in the sand and lifted off from its line in the sand and then hit it short. So if you go and look at this time right here, 9:45, right on the indices. This was when they were actually going up together. There was a period of time today where they were going up together, which never happens, or very rarely happens. But this right here, 11 o'clock, right there, if you'll look, that's 11 o'clock right there. So that's what I mean, that the VIX is extremely technical. It's the most technical market we have, meaning it holds its measured moves. Now the indices can be sloppy, meaning they can break their 61.8s and stuff like that. But if you'll look at like what we're in right now, this short from highs on the indices that's holding, and this long from lows on the indices that's holding right there, all that is this right here. This long from lows right here on the VIX, and this short from highs on the VIX right there. So that, as long as this continues, right, that's what's keeping the indices right here. Yeah.
I got you. That makes sense. I appreciate the explanation. I'm
no
going to
problem.
mute myself because I think maybe there's an echo when I'm not muted, but no, that
Okay.
makes sense. I appreciate it.
No problem. Sounds good. All right. What's up, everybody? Mr. Paz, Miss Tomika, what's up? What's up? All right, guys. So let's get started here. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, remember, we have these shorts from highs, that have been holding since last Friday, right? Or I'm sorry, last Monday. All right, on the 29th. We've traded from that level, okay, from that anchor right there, we've traded it once right there to a target, bounced right off the target. Here's number 2, traded to the tick right there, hit our target. Here's number 3, all right there. Now we didn't hit this target, right? Never hit this target, so we just leave the draw right where it is. We've squeezed back up into that with Europe, and we're falling out of that short setup. That's the indices strength. And you'll see on the indices where we made this pullback. All right, now coming out of that, excuse me, there's this long from lows. We were talking about this morning, and it did end up holding, right? 16, 17, round down to 15, subtract a tick, 10. Okay, so we didn't break this long, but the trend is still down on the VIX, right? It's still in shorts. The indices are in long, the VIX is in shorts. So after we made this little sell-off and this little bounce, we slammed right into this short setup. Just our next measured move inside of this larger short. So right now we're stuck. All right, right now we're stuck right here. And you can see that on the indices, right? We've got this long from lows and this short from highs. All right, so a break of this long would confirm our resistance and these targets down below us at 1575. Okay, now a break of that, we'd have to break the 10s. So 10s and above, as you can see, we're still hanging on to that long, right? But if we break the 10s, trade the 05s, that confirms these targets. Now we still have to get through our lows, obviously, but would confirm these targets down here. Okay? So that's where we're sitting. So right now we're just pinned between this short from highs and this long from lows. Okay, still in our larger downtrend, right? Still in our larger downtrend with targets down at 1575. Okay? So right there. So we will see. Remember, don't take anything for granted, right? The VIX isn't a momentum instrument by any means. It will stop on a dime and go the other way. Okay, so just because we're falling here, we've got, that's a good example of it's technical down to the tick. We've got to break those 10s, right? We've got to break those 10s for the indices to get the legs to the upside. All right, right now we're just in a range. We're just choppy, choppy chopperton. Okay? So that's where we're sitting going into the afternoon. Now, if you look at this as our halfway back on the week, right? We're still holding all of our short setups, right? We haven't had any break. Okay? So the trend, you got to think, right now the VIX is sideways to down. The indices are sideways to higher, unless we start breaking longs. Or I'm sorry, unless we start breaking shorts on the VIX. Okay? Omar, what's up? Art, what's up? NYC, Rick, what's going on? Lieutenant Dan. Well done, Mr. Pass. Well done. There was a band when I lived in Delaware, Ohio. There was a band called Lieutenant Dan's Legs or something like that back in my younger days. Lieutenant Dan's Missing Legs, something along those lines. All right. Ty, what's up? All right. Any questions here, guys, going into the afternoon? Anybody? As to where we are? Anybody? Everybody good? Everybody got their screenshots? I know it's a little messy, but that's where we're stuck. Okay. You could even get rid of this if you want to. There you go. All right. You can get rid of this if you want to. There you go. There's where we're stuck. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe I'll put those midday when I do my draws. I'll just leave it like this. It's a little bit easier to look at. All right. So as we're going through the call, let me set an alert here just for giggles in case this thing trades. All right, there we go. All right, see, that looks like a long way. That's 3 ticks, right? It's only 3 ticks away. See what I mean? The indices move further, farther, faster. All right, VIX moves around like a dude walking in a suit of armor, rusty suit of armor sometimes. Okay. All right. So there we go. Everybody good? Marking and rolling. All right. Being pretty technical, slower than I kind of forecasted it to be or thought it would be. But again, markets don't listen to me, so I can do whatever it wants. All right. So there we are now. Bank. All right. This is our big tailwind. Okay. This is our big tailwind on the indices. All right. We're in these larger longs. Just remember, bank's an index. This isn't traded, so it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be exact. Okay. And when this guy is rising, that's putting that big tailwind behind the indices. Makes it hard for them to go down and easier to go up, right? So you'll see normally when bank is rising like this, our indices are in a bid, meaning people are buying the dips, for lack of a better term, okay? After trend break, you always wait for pullback to 38.2 or 50, never catch the momentum if it breaks and keeps going. No, I don't trade breakouts. That was a rubber band snap for me for a long time, meaning I kept a rubber band on my wrist. Snap when you trade breakouts on futures. I just don't do it, because if you understand how this works and how professional traders and Wall Street uses this, when you're trading a breakout, you're buying a high tick, okay? And we don't want to buy high ticks. We want to, in an uptrend, we want to get into the beginning of the move. When you wait for a pullback, you get in at the beginning of a move. You're not you're trying to catch, 60, 70, 80% of the move. You're not trying to catch the last 10% of it. Right now, I know there's a lot of people that trade breakouts and are good at it, and awesome. That's just not how I do it. Yeah. Because usually you become fuel, right? 9 times out of 10, you're going to become fuel, right? For traders going the other way. Yeah. So like in this scenario, if the VIX is falling and bank is rising, you'll see buyers in low ticks, right? You'll see Wall Street, it's all programs, though, buying in low ticks. You'll always see buying in low tick, like the lowest tick of the day, the new low tick of the day, you'll see buying. The new high tick of the day, right, you'll see selling. And that's how it works, right? That's how it works. So, and like I said, instead of trying to catch the last 10, 15% of the move, we're trying to get in and catch the beginning of the move. The risk reward's a lot better. That's just the way I do it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with breakout. One of my mentors' screen name was Breakout Trader, and he was really, really good at it. People are really, really good at it. I'm just not, my brain doesn't work that way anymore because I snap myself on the wrist so many times. All right. Okay. So here's our financials, right? Again, just an index. It doesn't have to be technical. But we had these extension longs right here. These were a little sloppy, right? No, actually they ended up holding. Okay. So it is holding that extension long. We can put that back up there. But there is this long from lows below us, right? But as long as this is rising, okay, that's that tailwind for the indices. Okay, imagine the indices are, a ship. Like I said, when bank is falling, there's an anchor, right? They can't get going. But this is like pulling up the anchor, right? And they're free to rally. So we'll see going in the afternoon if we continue with this tailwind. Now, what I'll tell you about bank is like Eddie's dog more than anything else, right? And we've seen it a million times. If it gets going, best to just let it finish, right? You don't want to go, if this starts rallying, right? This starts rallying. Yeah, the indices are going to grind higher. It's going to be one of those annoying grinds higher if we see this keep going, right? There'll be a huge tailwind behind the indices. Okay, so we'll see. We did break this short from highs, so there could be trading hours only here, highs to lows that we can watch, right? That we can watch. Okay, but as of right now, okay, the VIX is sideways to down. Bank is grinding higher, so that's all bullish, right? That's all tailwinds for the indices. Okay, now moving on to the ES. So here's where we are. Right, we're in this massive pullback from December 17th to our highs on December 26th, right there. There was our big pullback. This was back on Friday, right? And we've ripped out of that. All right, so here's the series that we're in. We just broke that short. Okay. Coming off of these lows, this was at 2 p.m. on Friday, to our highs here on Monday. All right, there was our pullback. That's all we got. Why did we not get down here? Because the VIX ran into resistance first. Okay. We ripped higher. Now that target is up here, 68 or 69.86. Okay, target's up there. So we need a worker bee move, which is a smaller move inside of the bigger one, to get us there. All right, that's the only way we're going to get there. All right, so there you go. All right, right there. So that's just a Globex from European Open to highs. All right, there's our pullback right there, and that was that right there. Okay, that was the VIX into this short, coming out of this short, right as ES was falling into its long. Okay, so there's its long. So now we have basically two targets right around the same spot. Okay, up here. So as long as we continue to get bank strength, right, VIX weakness, we're going to grind higher. Okay, simple as that. All right. So we just broke this short from highs. All right, so that guy broke right there. So we can keep trailing this up if you want to. If you want to get aggressive, you can keep trailing this up, right? See if you can get pullbacks all the way up. Okay, just keep an eye on the VIX, right? Because if it reverses, then all bets are off. All right, gap fill today, we opened right on top of it. We kind of, right? There were entries, but they were back here at the European Open, right around these 10 points. And then we never made this pullback this morning. I mean, the closest we got was, call it 39s, and this was at, call it 36, about 3 points away, right? Which doesn't give you much risk reward into the gap fill, right? So we'll see. What normally happens in uptrends, okay, is if we do continue our uptrend, we'll close close to the high of the day, and then overnight we'll fall back into support, and then we'll trade in the direction of the fill and the continuation of the trend. Okay, which is kind of what we did today, but we just didn't stretch far enough away from it. All right. So there was our close yesterday right here. We fell overnight, right, and then filled it, but just stayed there. We didn't get another entry after the European Open. Okay, and then continuation of the trend. All right, so we'll see where we close today. Hopefully if we close at highs, like I said, then we'll get a pullback and entry into the gap fill, continuation of the trend. But everything's bullish, right? Everything's bullish. Okay, so we can watch these lows to highs right here, see if we can get a pullback going into the day. The failure is down here, these 69, 48, 50s. That's the failure of this move. Okay. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Okay, kind of same. All right, there's our pullback from Friday to our highs here on Monday. There's our pullback right there. The NASDAQ was actually a little bit weaker. Remember, the ES was up here. But there's that target. All right, so same, just halfway back. European Open, lows to highs. Just pullbacks halfway back. Coincided right with the VIX. Okay, so I don't think the NASDAQ's broken this yet. All right, it hasn't quite broken that yet. But if it does, then you can start trailing, drawing from this low to a high and look for pullbacks. Okay, just keep an eye on the VIX. Right, keep an eye on the VIX and bank. All right, but this is support. This is support. Pretty easy to trade when you know where support is. All right. So kind of same. There might be pullbacks in here that we can get into. All right. It'd be really nice if the VIX would just get down here and break these and trade these 05s. Right, because then that's broken. Then we're out of the woods as far as any long setups. Okay. No, there's it popping off that support. All right, so let's move on to the YM and the Russells. All right, remember, think bank when you're thinking YM and the Russells. Where the hell dang it. All right. Okay, remember bank strength? All right, YM and the Russells are more sensitive to bank's movements. Look at the YM, just a ripping. Right? So that we did hold our extension long that we've had for a while from the 2nd, last Friday, to Monday's highs. There's our pullback. All right, the target is actually up here, 49,655, and it had this pullback this morning. You can see how aggressive this pullback was. Same pullback as the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay, you can see how aggressive that was. Right, we've blown through that target. We got plenty of targets above us here. We're really kind of in no man's land right here, because we're probably going to get to these targets before we make a pullback. Especially if bank continues to strengthen, the YM and the Russells are going to just keep on keeping on. Okay, there's a big hitch in their giddy up here when bank is rising. Okay, so there's the YM looking good. We're getting, okay, where's that target? Up there, 49,655. So we'll have to watch when we get there. We go through it, we can go into a new extension. If we start to see profit taking, then we could definitely make a pullback. All right, just watch bank. That's the easiest way to do it. All right, easiest way to do it. Okay, so there's the YM. Here's the Russells. All right, Russell's taking off. There's its extension long. Same one we've been drawing on for a while now. From Friday size to highs. All right, Friday size to Monday size. There's our pullback. Okay, targets are up here. Now the Russell's is struggling, right? It had this dip into highs here and didn't make it through. All right, so it's got a little bit of work to do here. We need that continued bank strength if the Russell's is going to have any chance of getting through that. All right, but you can see, same thing. This is actually a trading hours only, lows to highs. All right, right there. Always know where you are halfway back in the day. Always know where you are halfway back on the week. All right, there's halfway back in the day right there. All right, so we'll see. It's you know, it's got some work to do to get through these highs, but we do have targets above us. We got plenty of targets above us. We activated this target now from right there, and we've activated this target up here by trading these pullbacks. All right, so we're kind of chopping around right here. All right, but there's the indices, right? So everything's still in longs, right? Everything is still in longs. But you can see the VIX is just pinned, right? Just pinned right there. All right, that's going to make it tough. As long as bank goes up, we're all right. But if bank starts rolling over, it's going to make it tough. If the VIX stays there, we're going to start going sideways. Right, but you can see the effect the bank's having right now because the VIX is going nowhere, right? The VIX is going nowhere. Bank is just screaming higher, and that's putting a tailwind behind all these guys, right? Putting a tailwind behind all these guys. Get rid of this now. All right, look at that. All right, so go indices, go. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Remember, we got the big three, right? VIX, bank, and the dollar. Okay, right now, VIX is sideways to down, bank is up, and we'll get to the dollar here in a second. All right, so we got 2 out of the big 3 right here saying bullish. Right, 2 out of the big 3 saying bullish. Okay, any questions? VIX bank indices? Anybody? Anybody? Hang on one second, guys. Something here. Oh, all right. There we go. Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Everybody good? All right, just keep trading the trend until the trend fails. Whoa, that's what I didn't want to happen. I'm all over the place over here. Keep trading the trend until the trend fails. All right, trend is up. Trend is up. All right. Okay, moving on. Now, Bitcoin. Interesting. Okay, remember we broke this morning, and this broke on spot too, right? We broke these October 17th lows to lows that have been holding forever. Seemed like forever, right? Never broke them. We poked our head up in there and we broke that. All right, we broke it. So officially this is done. But, all right, there's an extension long, and if we were going to go straight up, all right, let me get rid of this. I have this long right here, right there. So there's this extension long. There's 2 of them actually. All right, here's the first one, right? And that is real close. That is real close to breaking. And there was another one right here that I was looking at earlier. These pullbacks, boom, boom, this broke. Okay, so we're kind of, see that broke right there? So we're kind of in a little bit of no man's land here. So we're going to have to watch this real close, because if this breaks, right, it's defending as of now, but what the heck? If that breaks, then we're making a larger pullback, and we don't want to keep drawing every single long from lows after it breaks trend. The only one we really have to watch out for, right, is our halfway back on the year. Okay, move this down. All right, this halfway back on the year, we're almost there. You could almost make the case that this is a front run of our halfway back on the year. That's what I'm going to do. Get rid of that. Okay. So how do we confirm that we're going to head back up? Well, funny you should ask. I'll tell you. Same thing as we always do. Right? We've got to get through this short setup. If we see these starting to hold, I added to my short position today. Right? I added to the short position today. Not much, but I did. If these end up holding, right, we're heading south. Right? We are heading south, and this was just a sloppy 61.8, right? Or you could make the case that it's just a ridiculous front run of this long or this short, right? One way or the other. But we'll have to watch that short and this long real close, because that could send us south. Absolutely, in a hurry. Right? That could send us south in a hurry. All right, so we'll watch that. All right, so interesting, right? As to where we are. Okay, even if that short broke, right, which it did, it officially did, and we're making this larger pullback, right, from lows to highs, that's still a long way away. Right, I mean, that's down at 89.8. Okay, so this is how we're looking at this right now. Right? So that extension broke. We'll see. If it goes south, you'll know it. All right, but if it was going to go straight up, continue straight up, we would have held that larger or that smaller extension and continued straight up, but we didn't. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. Now let's look at spot. All right, where is my? There it is. There we go. Okay, so here's spot. You can see right here, there's that little break. There's that little break right there. All right. So spot broke it as well. All right. Spot, I even pulled out the magnet. It's the correct draw. I mean, spot broke it as well. So what do we watch? We're just watching the same thing as we are in the futures markets. There was an extension long right here that broke. So where's our halfway back on the year? Get up there. There we go. Right there. All right, halfway back on the year. So we'll get rid of this. All right, so we'll watch these shorts, right? Watch these shorts coming out of highs. And that could just lead us down. All right, so we're watching the same thing as we are on the futures markets. Okay, so we'll see if these pullbacks hold, and if they do, yikes. All right, we'll start this downtrend. Been in this uptrend, longs break at a resistance level, downtrend. We didn't break this by much. What was that? 731, and we traded 825. So about $100. That's not much on Bitcoin, right? Okay. All right. So that's where we're sitting on all that. All right. So as we're starting this new year, we're getting some opportunities here. Okay. We're getting some opportunities here. All right. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Stocks. What would you like to see? I think it was Lieutenant Dan's Missing Legs or something like that. I forget the band name. I'm just looking at the chat now. That's what triggered that. All right. Nate wants to see Dow. What's up, Nate? All right. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. That's pretty cheap, too. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. All right. There's a extension short that we hit a target, and we're coming off of it. It was right there. Bam. That's got a long way to go. All right. That next resistance level's up here, and there's nothing saying that's got to hold. Look at that long. All right. What's going on my radar here? Man, held the middle of the range. See that? See what he's pointing out there, guys? See how this is a range? And eventually the middle's going to hold, but we have no idea when that's going to be, but we better pay attention when it does. So this long held the middle of the range, and now we've actually gone through a target here. Right, and this is our next resistance up here. That's a long way. What do we got inside of this? Let's see. All right, so what we can, damn, that extension looks like it already traded before, well, it's close. So what we can watch for here, oh, I said, damn, you can put a $5 in this order. Did we hold it? No, we broke it briefly. But that's what we're going to watch right there. All right, from this high on December 3rd, highs to highs. Right, and that thing's ripping. Let's see if there's any participation behind this. Yeah, there's participation behind that. Right? It's the only time I look at volume. The only time you need to is when you're looking at stocks. Yeah, that looks good. So what we've got is we've got this extension long, right? And then if that would break, I mean, the most aggressive you would want to get would be from these lows. All right, but you've got our half. I mean, you could just trail this halfway back, right? If we make pullbacks, you could just trail that halfway back all the way up. And as long as it stays, that's your bullish above line in the sand. So as long as it stays above the 61.8 of the halfway back, it can just continue to mess around all the way up in here. And there's nothing saying that anything above us now is going to have to break long setups. But nice eye, Nate. Yeah, that's something. Writing that down right now. Yeah, looks good, man. That looks really good. When's our earnings? Still got almost a month. All right. I was picking up what you're putting down there. Nice. Very nice. No one in particular made it. I'm not sure if that's Edward or who no one in particular is, but welcome. Omar, Microsoft? Yeah. That's the wrong screen. There we go. What is old Microsoft doing? Well, still holding that short. That's kind of obvious. All right, so here's our pullback. This is our next pullback from these lows, April 7th of 25 to our highs in July. Right, that's down here. And these shorts are still holding. See it? It's just the next in a stair step here. It's absolutely holding. So this is just kind of going sideways. So what you can look for, the first thing you could look for as far as this thing changing trend, I mean, you can always, accumulate down here at lows, but if you're looking for something to break, you could take these highs, right? December 30th, right here. These highs to lows. Oh, wait a second. You might be able to even get more aggressive than that because there's your pullback right there. And there's your fall through the target. Then we go into extensions. This is textbook, right? Then we go into extensions. There's your extension. So you could look for that little guy to break. If that breaks and you can get a pullback before we go all the way back up here, right, then you could jump into that. I mean, unless you just want to buy it down here. The trend hasn't changed yet, right? The trend hasn't changed yet. but that could do it, at least for the shorter term. So you'd want to see these 478. You probably have to be pretty quick on the trigger on this. These 478.54s break, then you'd want to draw this low stop wherever it stops and see if you can grab that pullback, and that could at least lift you back up here. But if we break this and you don't get a pullback and it just like this, and it just squeezes right back to these highs, then it's like, well, crap, right? Touch the top of the range. You don't want to trust the middle on the way back down. All right, so that's how you can look at that. All right, that's how you can look at that. Let me see one thing. Real quick. I mean, you could almost make the case that we started to go down and there's a more aggressive extension break. Yeah. You have to go down a smaller time frame to find that. But from this low, you can use that. All right, that low right there on December 31st to this low right here yesterday. Right there. So 478.03. If you can poke your head up there and then draw this long, right, and catch that pullback before it gets up to that high. That's how I'd look at that one. I mean, you can always buy it and put your stop below the lows on the assumption that it's going to break it, right? But if you're looking for a break, that's what you'd want to see happen. All right. All right, Omar, you got it? Everybody good? All right. Okay. All right, moving on. Anything else, guys? Any other stocks? All right, Omar got it. Okay. And the ES is lifting off here because the bank is ripping. Bank is absolutely, that's the Eddie's dog thing, right? If he gets a hold of you, best you just let him finish. A little Mississippi leg hound in him. All right. There we go. Look at that. Whew. All right. Okay. So moving on, crude oil. I got short crude oil earlier today. All right, this is what happened. So we're coming down to that opposing move. This short setup right here, okay, from October 24th, all right, to lows, that's what we've been slamming into, right? Right there. Now, this is what we were drawing up this morning, right? There were these little extension longs, okay, and those broke. Right, they were right there, and they were holding, and then we hit target, and then that broke. Okay, that broke right there. So as soon as that breaks, you draw up the short, and that's an entry. Right, so that's where I got in. Not right there. I got in somewhere in here. But now we'll see as this is falling if we can get through this halfway back long. All right, so. This is always when you kind of run into a pickle. Actually, that halfway back long now goes up here. Okay, this is always when you kind of get into a pickle. All right, but we traded this resistance and then broke longs. So what that means is we can fall all the way back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, and that's what I'm looking for there. All right, get rid of this, see if this breaks. Now this breaks. Right, if these 57.29s break, right, then that's a big hedging opportunity if you know how to do that. But if these break, then we can draw this next short setup from those highs and sell into that pullback, right? Unless we fall, continue straight down and go into extensions. So you'll see a reaction here at this halfway back. You're always going to see a reaction at the halfway back. It's just a matter of how much. Okay. So targets down here. All right. Targets down here. Now, if we don't break this, we can go all the way back to the top. Okay. All right. So there's crude oil actually starting to behave. Starting to behave again. Looks like once we traded that resistance, once we traded that 50% again, we lit that fuse I mean, it got smacked. I mean, it got smacked big time. Right, there's 9:45, there's 10 o'clock. I mean, it got matumboed out of there. And then our pullback, and then there we go. All right, so there is crude oil. All right, now moving on to gold and silver. You guys seen these guys today? Holy moly. All right, here's gold. Haven't made our pullback yet. Okay, remember this was the big deal that happened overnight. This long setup from October 28th to our highs, pullback, this was the big deal, right? This was the big deal. We had to get through this short. Actually, it was drawn right there. And we did. We broke it. So we haven't made a pullback yet. We're going straight up. All right, so we're still watching from these lows on the 31st to highs. 31st to highs. See if we can get that pullback. All right, see if we can get that pullback there to jump into this trend, because we got multiple targets above us. All right, all bullish, right? All bullish. Okay, moving on to silver. All right, did anybody notice the picture I put up on my futures channel? Remember we were talking about this last week, that China put that ban on export, and it's not a ban, and you have to jump through certain hoops, but regardless, they banned the export of silver, right? And we were talking about how that could create a difference between the paper silver price and actual silver price. And it has. Yesterday it was $6 a part. That's a lot, okay? Meaning that the physical silver out of the Shanghai Silver Exchange was worth $6 more than silver on paper. Isn't that something? So you can see it's going to be hard for these to make pullbacks if that remains, right? It's going to be hard for paper silver to make pullbacks, right? Because it's eventually it's just going to have to like keep playing catch up. All right, so the extension long from October 16th to our highs on the 28th, right? There's that pullback. There's that target up there. Okay, we've broken the short from highs. Obviously, we broke our opposing move. So we'll see if we can get any sort of pullbacks. All right, see if we can get any sort of pullbacks. Keep an eye on that 38.2 if we do start making this pullback. All right, because you'll more than likely see buyers step in there to make sure they get filled. Okay, so there's silver, all bullish. Precious metals, all bullish. Okay, so that's where we are. So we can look for pullbacks on both gold and silver. When we get them, eventually we'll get them. But if we get them, you see silver's got its target up at $89. All right, and shows no signs of stopping. All right, so there's gold and silver. Now onto the dollar. This is the only thing kind of in a bit of a pickle for the indices. All right, precious metals are just shrugging it off. But here's DXY. You can see it's sloppy, right? DXY can lie. This is all sorts of sloppiness. But we are in pullback longs, and we did break this pullback short. All right, and I'll show you the euro here in a second. So there could be pullbacks here. This would be brief dollar weakness back into dollar strength, right? And that dollar strength can put a little bit of a headwind against the indices. I'm not saying they're going to go down, just saying, you know, it's harder for them to go up. Okay, so let's get to the actual currencies. All right, well, here's the dollar yen. All right, the dollar yen has now made this pullback again. So if we roll out of this, we've got targets down here. Now that is going to be dollar weakness. If we continue to push through, remember we're in this great big wedge, lower highs, higher lows, right? We're in this great big wedge right here. So we'll see if it starts trending. Right now it's not. Right now it's not. All right, so we'll see. Look for a 1 hour bar to close red, something along those lines, to see if we're going to start trending down into these profit targets. If not, if this continues up, right, dollar strength. If this falls, dollar weakness. All right, now onto the euro. So here's the euro. So it held this short from highs. All right, from the 23rd down here to our lows on the 5th. It held that short. Now, it also broke its opposing move. Okay, not good. for the euro. Okay, not good. So we're watching for this pullback. This could very well be an entry right here. Right? Very well could be an entry into a nice trade. Right? But this squeeze, okay, this squeeze is going to be dollar weakness. And we get up here and roll back over, back to dollar strength. But it's in shorts. The euro's in shorts. Okay? There's support, but it's down there below us. All right? British pound, right back to its new long. Okay? So the only thing we're going to have to watch out here for on the pound, right, is this pullback. But in the meantime, brief dollar weakness, back into dollar strength. But if we break this, you can see the pound's a little bit stronger here. Pound's got something to say about these dollar strength and weakness trades, right? Because it traded its next long, right? That's a worker bee move inside of a bigger one. But from that low on the 31st to our highs today, this morning. All right, European open up there. There's our pullback. See it pop right off of that, right? So we'll see if we can get through these. Maybe we go into dollar weakness trades, but until that happens, we're still in dollar strength trades because the euro is in these dollar strength trades too. But we'll see if this brief dollar weakness, that's going to put a nice little tailwind behind the indices. All right, Bitcoin looks like it traded that halfway back on the year right there, or came real close to it. All right, so we can continue to, well, we'll just leave it there. No, we'll continue to trail. All right, so we'll see. Okay. All right, so there's where everything is. Let's look at the indices. VIX, nowhere. Look at that. That's about as sideways as you can get. Bank still grinding higher. So as long as bank keeps grinding higher, that's still putting this tailwind behind the indices. If bank gets up here to its highs and rolls over, then that doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It just means they're going to lose that umph, right? They're going to lose their tailwind. VIX, it can't get tighter than that. That's one tick. And it's a one tick range right there. So we'll see going into the afternoon. All right. So there we go. There we go. What do you guys got? Any questions? Oh, I wanted to mention this. So my mentorship program, I'm going to be posting something about it today, but next Monday, if I believe, yes, next Monday, I do believe we'll start taking applications. That's the 13th, right? I think that's the 13th. Yeah, 13th. All right. So make sure when I post, I'm going to post about it, and there's a video I did, and the 12th, and some other stuff and it'll take you to the website that we've created that kind of explains a lot of it. Okay, so we can't apply yet, but if you're interested in you'll kind of be blown away as to what all this entails. So keep an eye out for that this afternoon. All right, because that's a big deal to me. I'm only taking a very few people. All right, so all right. Any questions, guys? Any questions, concerns? Oh, also conformity gate. The more and more I look it up, the more and more it says it's coming tomorrow at 8 p.m. Right? The official ending. Stranger Things. I'm serious. The internet says so. So I'm going to hold out to that on that belief until I'm proven otherwise. All right. All right. Questions, concerns? Anybody? Everybody good? You guys are always quiet at noon. Everybody's having lunch. Okay. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. We're gonna we'll just be stepping away real quick, everybody, to get Duke set up backstage for Ticker Tinder. And
You're gonna use his dolls?
It wouldn't surprise me with him. You never know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm sure there will be some shenanigans, that's for sure. But
All right, very
so
good.
make sure you guys stick around. We're also giving away a Lucid 150K direct account, not a test account, a direct account. So you gotta stick around. Yep, Lucid 150K Lucid direct account.
Nice.
So stick around for that, and yeah, we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere.
Thanks, everybody. See ya.
Thanks, Aaron. See you tomorrow. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back with the man, the myth, the legend, Sir Duke Nukedom. Duke, how are you doing today, my friend?
I am doing. That's how.
And well, he is doing in here for the first time. Let's see what this is our segment for you, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a live look at Duke on Tinder.
Oh God. What is?
Welcome
Oh my
to
God.
Ticker Tinder with Duke
Oh,
Nukem, ladies and gentlemen. How's it going, buddy? How's it going?
Wow. Let's go. That's so dope, dude.
Let's go.
That's actually what I do. Side note, I'm doing good, man. We got, despite like the markets being a little shaky, we still got some stuff. We still got some looks.
Okay,
right?
good. I like to hear it. I like
Matches.
to hear it.
All right. So I guess we can start off with a firm. A firm looks a little spicy. Yesterday she kind of showed her hand, right? Showed some interest, right? But it was like, we had a little cock block right there. All right, we got some guys like, all right. So a little bit of the level here. I'm looking for this to at least hold strong, right? Close it, I'd say at least above the 50% range of today, right? And I'll look to take her. So what is that? Let's get the specifics here. All right, the little tool going there. Skadoosh. 80-40. Skadoosh. Right there, dude. You saw that magic? Wow, dude. Go ahead and process it.
I'm trying to.
All right. Yeah. So above 80-40, then I'll probably, oh, God. Should I, dude?
I think you should.
Wow. I mean, I don't want to be a square. So, yeah, I'll probably, above 80-40, I'll definitely take.
Okay,
Definitely.
okay. A firm, we're swiping right?
Yeah,
All
above
right.
80-40. If she's a little bit taller, a little bit smaller.
What's that song? It's like, a little bit of Monica by my side, a little bit of Rita's all I need, a little bit of you makes me your man.
Okay, go ahead. I'm not stopping
Mambo
you.
number
Go
5,
ahead.
you've never heard that song, bro?
I've heard it. I don't
Okay,
know the
I was gonna
name.
say, you
I
gotta
just know-
have
this
heard
is-
Mambo number 5.
This is what I do every time it happens. All right, that's just what happens, dude. The body has a mind of its own. And
You just, when the groove starts, you just move to the groove. You just let the music pump inside your veins. So look, you got me all hot and bothered. I gotta take my sweatshirt off, dude.
Oh, dude, go for it, dude. Go for it.
Woo!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, A firm, we're swiping right.
Swiping right. If she's a little bit taller.
A little bit taller, okay.
Yeah.
You like them long legs.
Here's the one, right? If we just, maybe our standards are a little bit too high. But if she at least leaves, show us a little bit of tail, then I'd be fine with it.
A little bit of tail.
Right?
A little bit of tail,
Just
okay.
a little bit of tail, yeah. Right? Just a little spice, a little razzle. Bam! What do you know about Emerald? Huh?
Oh, I know about Emerald, bro. I
know about Emerald?
Oh yeah. Bam!
Okay. Oh God, dude. I don't know how many.
I gotta add an Emerald button now for sure.
That's the one. All right, the next one is Roku. I was looking at this one yesterday, for potential, but she was right under a level. Right, we got a little stack of levels. All right, but I'm really interested because if she just like stays right here, right, we can go to the promised land. Right?
The promised land. Ooh.
To the
that
promised
sounds
land. Look at
wifey
that,
material,
dude.
bro.
Look at that space right there, dude. Look, this journey right here, right? Bam, Bora Bora. Ooh, Hawaii.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Ooh, that sounds like a honeymoon.
Tijuana.
Oh, my.
Wow. Oh my God. Like this place we don't even know where we're at, dude. We're just going, right? We're just letting life take us there.
You're on like
right?
a SpaceX rocket ship, just
Mm,
having
oh.
a date up with the stars, looking down on Earth.
Hey man.
The
I'm a
moon is what
rocket
they call
man.
it, right? Hey.
I'm a rocket man. I don't. That's the only lyric I know from the song. But yeah, all the way. Go so many places. Right there. So pretty much the same deal with Affirm, right? Above the 50% ideal, right? But if she, shows a good amount of tail, right?
Mm,
She already
okay.
gave up some cheeks yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Showing a lot of interest.
Showing a
right?
little cheek, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Right, she's doing that.
similar looking. Yeah, you got a type, bro. You got a type for sure.
Right?
You got a type.
Hey, dude, I'm a simple man.
Mm. Mm.
Right? I'm a simple man. Even though this is all that's going on in my head, I'm a simple man. All right?
Be a simple kind of man.
Oh my God, dude! There's so many throwbacks right now. All the kids born after 2000s are just like, oh God.
They don't even know what we're singing.
They don't
I
even
danced
know.
to my mother. Wow, hold on.
What? Wait, hey.
I danced
Sound it
with
out.
my mother at my wedding to that song.
Oh no way!
Yeah.
That's it, dude. It's a classic.
It's a good one.
It's a classic. So yeah, if she's right, she's ready. You want to go, all right? You want to go. Stop playing already, all right? Stop playing. So above the 50%, we're already chilling over there, right? Let's say 113.20. For above that in the day looks great, right? I do like the strength here, a little bit of consolidation, and then now we're pushing ourselves higher. So we'll see a little bit just to play short trade. Oh, I just burped.
How does it
short
smell?
trade.
Can you smell it? Does it smell good?
It's like coffee,
Ooh.
and things I will not mention.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
I shouldn't say it. Right here. Yeah, quick 3% move, right? Nobody's arguing with that. Potential for 120, right? If she decides to be a fighter, right? Ooh, 6% move. Wow. And then we'll take her for the long honeymoon trip above 120.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, you saw the vision already.
I see the vision. I
drew this out. Picasso. Wow. Picasso, you saw it. Right? Mapped out the whole spiel. Right. So if we get that, I'm telling you, dude. I'm gonna slap my boss right away.
Wow. Slap. Wow.
Yeah. It was like, hey, Rick. Just like that. Don't even tell him. Just, hey, Rick.
Out of nowhere. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It speaks
Could you
for
take
itself.
your boss? Could you take him? Could you take Rick? Could you take him?
I mean, depending.
Or are you
on the
going to
situation.
slap him and run?
Yes. As long as the elevator or the door is like at least 15 feet, because that's all I got. I'm really fast.
Short legs, but quick,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, really fast, but only for about 20 feet.
Yeah.
For about 20 feet, and then that's all you got.
Yeah.
That's all you got. You just, yeah.
So it's a stamina issue that we have here.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, every 2 steps the average man takes, right? That's about 15 for me.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Simple math.
Do you know in cartoons when like little characters walk and it makes the little twinkle sound like Does that do that when you walk? Do you hear that noise? Does it just play?
It actually happens.
Oh yeah, yeah. I figured
Yeah.
it might just this little.
It actually happens. Yeah.
You know, like mice
Yeah, that's why- Mm.
scurrying across the kitchen floor.
That's why I got music playing the whole time. I'm walking
Okay,
around.
okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. So same thing with the firm, right? Little bit of tail, I'm for it.
Okay.
Right? Just give up the cheeks. PDD, right? Some China. Right, we got okay, I didn't see this before. Right? We got some levels here. We got some
Hey, by the way,
levels
China
here.
or Taiwan? Which one are you from? Which one are you? Whose side are you taking in that fight?
I'm from neither.
Oh, okay.
Could've
fooled
I
me.
am from neither. Hey, dude. We all. I mean, it's all kind of the same. We're just,
We're
some
all one
different
people.
accents.
We're all
Yeah.
we're all brothers and sisters.
Yeah, dude.
You know, under God's beautiful green earth. Not under the
Yeah.
earth, I guess. Blue sky,
I
under
mean,
the
if you
sky.
just close your eyes, you won't know who made the rice. Wow, why are you laughing?
My bad.
No, it's all like, yeah, it's all. I wouldn't know the difference. I mean, I can kind of tell the difference between, or I can tell the difference between Koreans and Japanese from the way they talk, only because I watch a egregious amount of anime.
You would.
That's about it. Hey, I'm gonna do a first. Right?
A first?
I'm gonna do a first.
Okay.
I need a pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll hold the fort down. I have a feeling. I don't know why. I don't necessarily trust him. I don't trust this. I feel like he's planning some sort of trick on us. Let's see here. I don't know. Oh. Trying to get and This is definitely, he's got to be taking a dump, right? This is too long of a pee. Oh,
I have arrived.
He's back.
Yes, sir. I have arrived,
Yes,
but
sirree,
I also
Bob.
just came. BDD.
TDD next up. What? PDD. Okay.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of levels here, right? A little bit of rejection. I do like the attention, right? She's giving right now, right? It's giving. All right, I'm not going there. If we just get a little bit, dude, what? See, you see, they do the little, the little look, and then they do all of that, and then they're like, oh no, right? And I was like, why do you do all that then, right?
It's like, so you're saying she's like giving you a little.
She's playing hard to get.
How do I do it?
Right?
Oh my
She's
god!
playing hard to get.
Hurt my neck.
Pulled
a muscle.
A little faffy.
Your hair thing's good. I don't know how you do that so good. It's like,
huh?
Your hair thing's good. I don't know how you do that so good.
Hey, dude, whatever my old job was, we don't need to get into that.
Were you one of those lady boys?
Oh,
on the streets of Bangkok.
They don't call it Bangkok for nothing, honey. Dude, that's a hangover quote.
It is.
All right.
Oh, it is.
Right, nice little call back there.
For sure, for
Right.
sure.
So don't smite me. So
I
yeah,
don't.
just
I think you're allowed. I think you get like, you could do like an Asian and Korean accent. It's like, you're allowed.
yeah,
Nobody can
right?
cancel you for that.
Yeah, unless they just hate Filipinos.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, there you go.
Right. So yeah, she's given up. Right. She wants the attention. You want it, right? I don't know. I mean, it looks great. It looks great. So let's see. Maybe depending, right? Because she got some left, right? Look at that.
Ooh.
Lots of volume, right? We can translate. She's talking a lot, right? There's obviously interest there.
Oh yeah.
So if we get, so the volume's great.
There's like a
Oh
nice
my
gap
God.
to fill there too.
Volume's great just right here, right? This is all we want, right? It's all we want. Not asking for much. Just a
little effort. Just a little effort.
Just the tip jar. You know what I mean?
Oh, hey. Bam!
Just the tip jar. Bam!
Did you see the screen? Can you see the screen? Bam!
I
We got you.
saw
Bam!
it.
We got you, baby.
Oh, dude. How did you do that on
Bam!
command?
Let's
dude?
go.
You are,
Bam, baby.
you are a wizard.
Listen, it's what I do. It's what I do.
You're a wizard, Harry. So right here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's say. All right. Above this, we'll probably do a little. We'll treat her a little bit, right? Something light, just something out of the small wallet. A Bugatti or something.
Okay. A Bugatti. That's out.
No.
What?
Yeah.
He's just making sure I was paying attention.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah, no. Well, I'll front the McDonald's order if we're above.
There you go. There's a rap line. I think it's by Action Bronson. He talks about Rick Ross buying a stripper Mazda, and his flex is like he'd buy her Mercedes or something. But yeah, so that's a thing. Look it up. It's a fact that you now know.
Glitter dancer.
I'm pretty sure Rick Ross did actually buy a stripper Mazda. And Action Bronson said he was a cheap ass for it.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Insightful stuff that you learn here on Stock That's We're cultured for the kids, baby.
I mean, we got to see what she's like end of the day, right? If she's under this, then she's definitely talking to some other dude, right?
Okay, all right.
Right.
So that's the line in the sand. That's the line in the sand.
Right. What number is that? 123.80.
123.80. I
123.80, and then we can probably You didn't know they had a McDouble like that, right?
I'm a Big Mac guy. I'm a Big Mac guy.
You ever put a McChicken in between a Big Mac?
You're telling me you slap a McChicken in between two beef patties and go beef, chicken, beef patty?
You're telling me you didn't?
That's
a crime here.
It's like Baxter. I'm not even mad. That's amazing. You ate the whole cheese wheel. I'm
telling you, dude. It changed your life.
Really?
Change your life, dude.
Wow. Interesting.
Change your life. Like, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, epiphany, right?
It's that good?
Epiphany.
It's not too much. Now, here's the question. Do you get extra Big Mac sauce?
No, I'm not crazy for it.
Bro, I mean, so it sounds like you might be having me eating a dry-ass sandwich.
Oh, no. Right? Because you still get the mayo mixed with the Big Mac sauce. Right?
Okay, that's valid.
Then you got the crunchy water.
I tip my cap to you, sir.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. Right?
You got me interested. You got me interested.
Noises a grown man shouldn't make while devouring a Big Mac with a chicken slapped in the middle, dude. Right? I'm just saying, yes, do it, do it in the car, music on, right?
Did you put on a
Hopefully
love song?
Yeah, some Boys to Men.
You know, baby, sometimes.
Can you do the rest of the segment in that voice?
In a world, one man.
Please, can you do just never speak like that forever, please?
No, I'm gonna be
That's
sounding
a
like
great, epic narrator voice, bro. Why are you not in radio or movies?
I can't do it long, dude. I can't
Oh,
say.
okay.
I can only do like 3 words.
That's not a whole lot different than your normal vocabulary.
Wow. Wow. So you hate Filipino people.
No,
That's what
no,
I'm taking right now, dude.
No. See,
Wow, dude. Wow.
No. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love.
That was a good one, dude. That was a good one. Nice, dude. Hey, dude. Props to you. Props to you. That one got me.
You're putting thoughts in my mouth.
Hey, dude. Whatever thoughts you're getting, dude. It's obviously Ticker Tinder.
There it is. It's Ticker Tinder, ladies and gentlemen.
So it all works out. All right.
All right, we'll steer the ship. Here we go. We're back on the key here. Get it together.
All right. Tesla.
Ooh.
Tesla. Is anybody?
No, I see you guys. Is that TSL? Is that because or you're actually on Tesla?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? I've never seen. I've seen it.
Oh, TSL. Is that what it is? TS. Yeah.
I bet these are just shares. Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe, yeah. I don't
know.
Karen, Lady Leverage was trading it. She's on stream, so maybe she was just trading shares. She made it sound like they had cheaper options, but it could have been shares, so maybe that's what she was.
Well, I guess they can be. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Never traded it.
Oh no, dude. I am a simple man. Ching, 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 ching. So here's Tesla, right? Well, now she's getting a little bit ahead of herself, right? Because this was really where I was trying to go. Right, just a 422, 420. See how it goes from there. But if she wants to give attitude and shit. Does that count?
That counts. Is that your first swear jar? I love it.
No!
That was like my 4-year-old drops on.
I'm a phony. I'm a big fat phony. No.
Dude, I didn't know
I'm sorry,
Filipinos'
David.
eyes could get that wide, bro.
Dude, it caught me. Oh, man. Wow. I gotta go to church.
Oh, dude. Why did you put the thought in my head? You made that joke you put that joke in my head by calling me a hater. I know hater.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry, David.
So Turtles here is getting a little extended to the downside for you.
Yeah, well, mainly not overextended as a whole. Just today.
Okay.
Right? Because this is where I wanted to play. She was a little bit she was like above 430. Right, and then that would have been a nice, right, about 10 point move, right, which would have been nice for the options world.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but now she wants to give, right? She wants to be sassy. She wants to be sassy. She's in over her head. So we'll see. Right, it might still be worth a little stab, because if this is the case, then the potential for something like that and then a reclaim makes sense. All right, if she wants to be if she's showing strength at the end. So it's worth the stab, as long as she doesn't already test the level.
Okay.
All right. So ideally, a little bit of a pullback, and then still staying under. Oh, you little turd nugget. Still staying under 435.30. All right. So a little pullback, staying under that, I'd be fine with. But it all depends on whatever the action is right here. So if we test the level and then bounce back, then probably just cut the cord, right, and wait. But if we stay around here or a little higher again, then can take and then see if we close under 422.
Okay.
And if that happens, yeah, we got room to 400.
Okay.
400
Okay.
to 380s if she wants.
And just to, as a reminder to confirm, you're typically looking a couple weeks out, like next week?
Yeah, I'll do a week or two out for the most part. Yeah, Tesla, she can get a little bit pricey, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this one would probably what is today? Tuesday? Yeah, probably just next week's.
Tuesday the 6th. Okay.
So next week expiration just for a little stab, especially since the one of those little stab unders and then reclaim can happen. So we shall wait, right? This one's a maybe.
Okay.
This one's a maybe. Right. Well, there's not too many short names, right? Just because a lot of things have been been pumping, but these ones have been relatively weak. Semis, right? Structurally, they're a little weak. A little bit of consolidation. Main thing here is this level here. But I do like the little stab above, like strong fail and then continuation. So this one, let's say under 209, 209.20s, she got some room.
Okay.
Yeah, so these ones are fallbacks, right? In case the
now, will you factor into how the indices close today into any of these decisions?
Well, the indices are kind of shaky for me still, right? There's still no clear direction. We're obviously trying to push higher, but I'm not seeing a lot of volume, right? So that just tells me the likelihood for something like this happening is higher. Doesn't mean like we've pushed a lot on low volume, right? Like here we pushed a lot low volume. Right, that doesn't necessarily translate that we're not going to go higher. It's just less confirmation for me. So I sleep better at night when there's volume.
Okay.
So what I'm really doing is just sticking to names that structurally look good on multiple time frames. The relative strength, relative weakness stuff.
Word. Okay. Gotcha.
So yeah, mainly go for that when the markets are a little bit difficult to read on my end.
Okay. Also,
So,
chat,
yeah.
if you guys are still hanging out with us, drop your name in the chat so we can get the names added to the prize wheel here and spin for the Lucid 150K account giveaway. So make sure you drop your name in the chat. I want to do a roll call. Make sure you guys are here, so we're not giving it to someone who's no longer here. So please drop your name in the chat if you're still here and want to be entered to win. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Duke.
Oh, dude, you're fine. You know?
I know I am. Mm-hmm.
You fine? You fine, girl?
Yeah, you know what my favorite part about this segment is? You gave me this meme which I haven't actually played for you yet, but you gave me this meme last time we were on this segment here.
Oh, you traitor!
And then you definitely gave me another one after your swear jar one. I definitely got a nice. That's definitely memeable with that face.
No
you gave me.
way, dude.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, baby.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Can I sue? Is this defamation?
No, you signed a contract. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep,
So
yeah, we're protected by law here.
This one is a fallback one. All right, this one's like all these ones didn't pull through. I guess I'll just text this one. But this is only under 209.20. All right, and then the last one, my baby. All right, now, okay. All right, she looked good earlier, right? And then now the lights are on. All right, definitely caked up, right? About an inch thick of concealer right there. So, yeah. This one I was really only looking above 35.90, 36, all right? And then that would give us a little pop to 38, right? And see from there, because I mean the big one I'm looking for is above 40, because then we got legs. She got legs all the way, right? But I don't know, this one, she's a fickle gal. All right, sometimes she'll not give me the confirmation, and then she'll do the whole thing, and then I'm like, oh, you little turd nugget. All right, do me dirty. All right.
Turd nugget, was that the nickname your mom had for you? You little turd nugget.
Oh yeah, no, well that was just the visual description. Like, you know, he's like, oh man, he's an angel. He looks like a turd nugget. That's what we stuck with, man. Yeah, this.
That cute little turd nugget. Oh, that cute little turd nugget.
So yeah, now she's kicked up. So probably, I guess we'll see if she closes above 35.90. Then she can have some attention. Other than that, it's probably just these other candidates. It's Roku, Affirm, and Tesla are probably top 3 right now.
Okay.
On the list.
Roku and Affirm are both to the upside, right? Tesla to the downside.
Yep.
Okay.
So both still look good, showing some tail.
Nice. All right, man. Well, good stuff. We appreciate you coming on and going through these tickers, swiping right, swiping left with us for a little bit of ticker Tinder. See what's looking
Yes,
sexy
sir.
here. And we're gonna spin for the giveaway here. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see. Anybody else here? I got six entries right now. If you want to get added to the Lucid 150K giveaway, these are the names we got.
Come on now. Don't be shy. Come here. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. I got ice cream. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What's the name? Like Hubert or something?
Yeah. I think I like your other voice better though.
Yeah.
Give me that one again. Give me that one again.
In a world, one man. Little tortilla boy.
Oh, love it. Anybody else here? We got let's see here. You got, what is it, a 20% chance? Mm-hmm. We'll give you if you're here, drop your name in the chat. We'll give you another minute before we spin away. Duke, how was your holidays?
It was horrible, man.
Horrible?
No. Yeah, we went to we perused around Disney. And then we got to see some family after, so it was nice.
Nice. I thought you were banned from there.
No, that's SeaWorld.
Oh,
yes,
that was with the dolphins. That's right.
Yes.
I do remember that now.
They said blowhole. I took it too literally. But we
Dude, I think I've hit the clip button like 35 times during this. This is my new favorite. I was telling Zach earlier, I got these settings on OBS now where I get to hit a button and it just gives me a clip of the last 60 seconds. And I'm like, this is so much better for post-editing content.
Oh, now I'm really gonna get banned.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna give at least 10 reels up this week that'll get you a ban. All right. Well, all right. Nobody dropped their name. We're gonna give it a spin here, and we got Wilf, Ken. You kind of look like one of those inflatables that's outside of a used car dealership.
Wacky inflatable arm flailing tube man. Come get your wacky inflatable arm flailing tube man. Only 50% off. Wacky inflatable arm flailing tube man.
You kind of look like the Filipino Mr. Incredible when he's like kind of out of shape and not no longer at work. You know what I mean?
Hey man, this is also a shape.
Round is a shape. Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes. Wait, where is it? Oh, I lost it.
All right, well, here we go. Wilf, Ken, Tomika, Brad, Ricardo. What a name! I wish my name was Ricardo. I bet you, Ricardo. I bet you your Tinder's getting swiped right. Just because when girls read that name.
He didn't even download the app. They're just pre-swiped.
All right, and Ethan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? I almost just hope Ricardo wins now after me butchering the ability to roll my R's. It's going to Ken. Congratulations, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, Ken, congrats. I will I'm gonna give you your YouTube username and whatnot to Callan. Are you part of the Discord? If you are in the Discord, you can open a ticket as well. Ken, are you in the Discord or are you just a YouTube viewer? But that is going to wrap things up for today's show. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Okay, cool. Yeah, Ken, I'll put your YouTube name in and you can go ahead and open a ticket as well, but I'll give your info to Callan. He should be in touch. But Duke, thanks, man. This was fun. Thanks for going through the potential swing names you got rocking on your list. It's always fun. We'll check back in next week and see how things went. And thanks, chat. You guys have been great. We're gonna be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. One last reminder: Zach does have his free boot camp for the futures and prop firms, where he's gonna break down how he goes about trading futures utilizing prop firms, which we talked to him on live today. He said last year he took about $215,000 in payouts, which is awesome. So make sure you guys register for that. There is a link pinned in the chat where you can register for this free boot camp, or there is the link in the YouTube video description. So make sure you guys sign up for that. Duke, I love you, brother. Much love.
Love you, bro.
Be safe. We'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody.
Yes, sir.